Hello. Hello.
Hello.
There you are. Oh. I don't hear no door knocking.
I'm knocking. Let me in.
Knock, knock, knock. So, I have discovered that I am in fact addicted to Dyson Sphere Simulator, or Dyson Sphere Program.
I don't think that your Discord status has changed from playing Dyson Sphere Program for the last, week.
It, I don't know what happened. It's like a vortex of time. You start doing a thing, and then you realize that there's another thing that you need to do before you can finish that thing, and then you go and you do that thing, and then you realize I could make this more efficient, so you make it more efficient, and then suddenly it's been 8 hours.
I look at Discord and I see you're playing it, and then I look at Discord 5 hours later and you're playing it. I'm like, oh dear.
So I have decided that I am likely going to scrap the playthrough that I have right now, which will be really difficult for me because
which will kill me inside.
I've pumped 50 hours into this game already, and I will probably just start doing it for streaming. That way I can regiment the time, and I'm not doing it all the time, and I can do other things.
There will be about 4 hours, and that's it.
Yeah. Like 4 hours every day to 2 days. And that's... I don't need more than that.
I think that's enough, I'm sure.
It'll be enough for my fix. But it is a fucking amazing game. Have you ever played any kind of logistics game like that?
Not really. I've seen plenty of videos of it, though, so I get the idea of it.
Yes.
Oh, what have I done with my headset? Where is it?
Oh, it's gone. He's disappeared forever.
Where did I put it?
But, yeah, I definitely recommend getting it or playing it at the very least.
I have it on my wish list, so if it goes on sale at some point, I might buy it.
I think it's only like $20 right now. It's not very expensive.
I like a deal.
Understandably. It also only just came out because it's only in beta right now.
Yeah, it's doing the early access thing.
Yeah.
I was telling Jordan that I strongly approved of that game.
So good. And I was just telling Jordan that I am an addict and I must cut back.
Like I'm in too deep.
I'm going to have to scrap the playthrough that I'm doing, and I'm just going to start a new playthrough and do it on stream. And that way I can regiment the time, and I'm not just constantly doing that and nothing else.
I do wish that game was multiplayer.
Yes.
It'd be fun to have up to 4 players or something like that.
It seems like something that would be good for that sort of thing.
To have a good division of labor thing. You jump on the world, like, okay, we need these things. You work on this factory. You work on this factory.
Oh, that would be so fantastic.
And then everyone connects their different constructs.
And then somebody starts making mistakes and it's not perfectly correct, and they either scream at them.
And then you have to scream.
What you can do is you can have multiple different planets designated for multiple different things, and then you can have one central planet that is just the planetary hub that everything ships to and from.
You totally could do that, especially when you get the drones and everything. I was looking at some of the pictures, and something I realized. In some of the Steam pictures that shows the actual sphere being built, I noticed these little blue dots, and I thought about it. In the future, you're going to have to create a manufacturing process for those drones. And you're going to have to make enough for them to be able to work on the scale of building a Dyson sphere.
Yeah, that's true. What I have already been doing in this playthrough, I've started making drones, but they're not at mass production level yet, but I have mass produced all of the level 3 conveyor belts, so everything is now just being completely redone at maximum speed and maximum efficiency.
It's like, it will take 2 minutes to build one to where it's just like, I have 50, throw them here, I have another 50, throw them here.
I have a storage container that has, I believe, 15 times 10, so 1,500 times 300, and
Have
that's
to look through your
just-
entire system and see where you could put them to improve efficiency.
Yes. At that point, I'm just stripping up and redoing everything. Because at that point, why not?
I'm gonna get more food.
You better hurry
Knock
up.
on my door.
You better knock on my door.
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it. And here we sit, all brokenhearted. Came to shit, but only farted. Oh, the House has voted to remove Marjorie Taylor Greene from committee assignments.
Wawa.
The QAnoner has been stripped of her duties. Well, the duties that she has gained through being in Congress.
She's fucking insane.
She is insane. How does someone like this get elected? She has a Q next to her name. She doesn't even have an R.
I don't know.
When Pelosi released a statement criticizing McCarthy yesterday, instead of putting R for Republican, she put Q as a slight. Is a smart little slight. I'm not cooking food this time. I've already cooked it and I'm eating it. When I was rewatching the last stream, every time I left, the conversation degenerated to masturbation. Masturbation and sex the moment I left. And then I would come back and it'd go fine again, and then I'd leave and it would degenerate again.
Why do you sound surprised?
It's just, continuing a conversation.
Because I heard none of that at the time, and then I rewatched it. It's like, oh, this is vulgar.
It's fine. Totally fine. And you are in. And we play. My Black American history teacher last semester gave me a reading list of books that he went through for his doctoral program. And one of them, I recently just bought one of them. It's called Eyes Off the Prize. Finally just came in yesterday. Who's that?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
But it's called Eyes Off the Prize, the United Nations and the African American Struggle for Human Rights, 1944 to 1955. And I like that one in particular, just because that era isn't as well known to me as obviously the civil rights
Eleanor
movement.
Roosevelt.
Eleanor Roosevelt was such a thing. Very
She's
much a
fucking
thing.
militant.
And I love
She's
her.
like, She's like, you listen here, Franklin. I'll throw you down the stairs.
I'll do
I'll
it.
throw your
Can't
crippled
stop
ass
me.
right down.
I'll do it. I'll wheel you right over there. Throw your ass out on the street.
I love it.
She-
Your cousins.
She was pushing Franklin Roosevelt to bring the hammer down on lynching in the South. Like making it so that if investigations connected someone to lynching, then they would be ineligible to do the many New Deal programs.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that, and he was about to do that, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and it's like, well, everything
Kinda
must
have a
be
war
part
to
of
fight
it.
now.
Time for the greatest human
enough
effort
has
ever
happened.
seen in human history. So
Oh, God.
There's kind of another world war to fight.
I'm surprised I navigated all the way back here without even a little bit of help.
Imagine if aliens actually existed. The outside looking in is interesting. It's like another one? Another one?
They had the war to end all wars, and then 20 years later, they had another one that was bigger.
That was bigger and worse.
That was something in Mass Effect where I was like, do we hide our history? Because even like the warlike races they have like on there, like the Krogan, you look at their history, it's like this doesn't seem that much more violent than human history. And they're giving us leadership roles.
The humans just like, don't look at our history.
The humans were just better at bullying.
Did you guys have a Holocaust and lynchings too?
Whoa.
Did you guys like start picking each other out for color and deciding like needing to murder so hard you find any reason, any justification?
The Krogans are just like, no, we invented video games a lot earlier, so we didn't have that issue.
Oh, something I noticed when I was rewatching it. I have coal right here.
Oh.
I hadn't noticed that. I only noticed it when I was rewatching the stream.
Speaking of
So-
Mass Effect, I probably will end up buying the Legendary Edition.
I love the cover. I love
does.
how revealing it is.
As I said, we know who's important. We know
Like
which characters are.
Some companions are more correct than other companions.
I've never played Mass Effect.
What?
Oh,
Really?
it is very good.
It is.
You have to grit and bear through the first game because like story wise, the first game's great.
But
Mhm.
I'd say-
mechanically, it's a nightmare.
I'd say one of the best ones story wise is the first game actually.
I
But
think two's
mechanically,
better, but that's just me.
mechanically, it is a nightmare.
There's like a point, once you get to a certain point in it, the rest is smooth sailing. I'd say like those
Yeah.
first 3 planets they have you do where you have to pick which one.
Once you get past Vermeer,
Once
the
you're
game's
past
pretty
there,
good.
it's fine. You can just be blessed. But up until
Especially
then,
because you're by Vermeer, you should be leveled up enough that even though the combat sucks, you're powerful enough to kill everything.
Except certain sections, like whenever you have to go to the moon and do that anti-Cerberus stuff to get
Oh, the
prestige
fucking
class.
moon!
There's a lot of stuff that just like, oh, I'm dead.
Oh.
Where there'll be like
I've
100.
died.
There'll be 100 things on screen, and they can all fire rocket launchers, and they all fire simultaneously. It's like, oh, there's nothing I could have done there.
Yeah. It's like, oh, it tore through all of my
Hopefully, the
shield.
Legendary Edition somewhat improves it, but I doubt it.
The logic of them, I mean, they didn't. Are we streaming, by the way? I didn't see all that.
Yeah,
shenanigans
we are.
Earlier, okay. Just wondering. The time it took them to release all of them would make me think that they surely have must went in and changed some of the
They
mechanics.
said
to make
they've
them.
gone in and changed some mechanics, especially in the first game.
Yeah, I've heard there's no, like, major... I've heard it's just mostly tweaked on the first game.
Mm.
Like, they didn't go through, gut out the whole game and rebuild
there a
it,
cover
but they just
system?
tweaked everything.
They said
it-
they've changed
modernized
aiming
it.
assist and stuff to make it more correct, and they've changed enemy AI, squad.
So
AI.
they don't just run at you screaming with a machine gun.
Enemy
So
AI,
that a
is
Krogan
the big
doesn't
one.
sprint at you.
Enemy AI is the big one. If they just improved enemy AI, that already does wonders. For
They
the
had
first
no
game.
survival instinct in the first Mass Effect. So if
They
you were in cover, they would just sprint at you with a machine
'Cause
gun.
the Krogan made
Oh, yay.
Novaria. The Krogan made Novaria a fucking nightmare.
They did.
They would just come at you from the side, and you wouldn't even see it because of the camera. And then they just football tackle you, and then Rex just looks at you and laughs.
There are certain fights I remember very distinctly because I did the Insanity playthrough.
I
so
got
it's
through the
been
first
burned
game on
into my
Insanity
mind.
as well. And
They better have fixed the fucking autosave. If the autosave library is still as terrible as it
yeah.
was in the original game.
they like
there's-
autosaved once every hour or so.
There's the one where you get a Liara on that planet. I went about to go.
And then the
into
boss
it,
fight
and
at the
then-
end, and you
And I
die, and it
died there.
restarts you at the beginning of the fucking
Yeah.
planet.
That happens. I'm like, well, I'm not
It's-
gonna play this for a month now.
You land on a planet, there's a whole section where you're in like the tank and you're driving around and you do a thing, and then you do a boss fight and you
did
go
this
down and you
happen
do
to
the
you
whole
as well?
game, and then you do the whole level, you do the whole section. It's
if you
like
die,
because
you
it's a
start over.
BioWare game and they made it. Its structure is very similar to Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect 1 in particular. So imagine William, right? You were playing like Knights of the Republic 2 or something like that, right? And you know the asteroid you're on in the beginning.
Yeah.
Imagine if you did
Nightmare.
that, And then the final like boss fight with like the HK droid, you died, and they start you off in the beginning. That exactly what I just described. That. And so when you play the first Mass Effect game, you must absolutely
Save all the
regularly.
Every like
all
time you'll do a
the
fight.
time.
You'll do a fight. You'll quickly go into the menu, save, and then go out of the menu and then continue.
Oh God.
All the time.
They can
God
actually...
help you if you forget. Yeah, the diplomacy's fixed.
It's not white
We
noise
can
anymore.
we can trade with each other if you so desire. That seems foolish.
But this land is my land.
It is my land.
It is
Oh,
my
fuck.
land. Don't hurt yourself.
I dropped. I don't even use this tablet anymore because it sucks, but I just straight up just dropped it like 5 feet.
I don't want this.
It's worthless.
But another thing, like they completely took out the multiplayer of the third game, which I think is incredible evidence that the only reason it was there was for bullshit reasons.
Loot
They
boxes.
took it out. If they took it out, they better have fixed the whole war assets.
It wasn't
They-
well. Obviously, they will have done that.
They said they're redoing lots of stuff with that, but yes,
Good.
the multiplayer's all gone now.
But that proves that it was not integral to the game, and that its only purpose was to sell loot boxes, and EA is afraid to do that now.
Well, it's good that they're afraid to do that.
I know, but
They didn't used
Mass
to be.
Effect 3 was one of the first, and it predated Outlast. It predated Overwatch by years.
It was before the year of the loot box.
That's when we started worshiping Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
We started praying to Lucifer so that our roles would be better.
Yes, I remember that.
That's from Mass Effect 3, so that's back in 2013.
I remember
That
the
was
couple times I
years
played on
and years.
Xbox with you guys, and it was just I bought a random loot box, and you were just like, "Now, Sam, you must pray to the devil."
It's like you must slit your wrists, make a pentagram of blood, and then.
I was like, "But I'm a Catholic," and you were like, "No, no,
Like,
no!
no.
You've started playing Mass Effect Online. You are no longer
We discovered that RNG did not work, but Lucifer
RNGesus was a
did.
failure. You had to worship Lucifer. He would
And
give you
it
what
worked
you
every
wanted.
time.
When we switched our devotions, our roles got far better.
Speaking of Lucifer, they need to release season 5 of Lucifer, the rest of season 5 on Lucifer on Netflix soon. Quick, fast, in a hurry. Because Keith David is playing God, and I need to see that. And you know Keith David's only playing God because Morgan Freeman said no, but it's Keith David.
Yeah, let's do that.
You know, we never did an audio check. we just steamrolled right through.
We just went right in. It was fine one time, so surely it'll be fine all times.
Yep, that's exactly.
Surely it will never be wrong ever again.
I even thought about doing a mic check, but no. No, we're just jumping
No,
right
I
in.
refuse.
We're doing it.
I was wondering about that because I've just been playing Persona 5, and I was like, oh, I'll get the message from Mike Check, and then I'll know they've started chatting, and I'll hop in. It never came, and I was like, oh, it's 7 o'clock. Oh, they're on chat.
It's not as though problems could happen again.
I
It's
mean, yeah, it's
fine.
not.
Never.
It's not like audio won't exist on the stream.
It's totally fine.
We get one. You're the one follower we ever got. He just decides to pipe up on the chat. It's like, hey, I can't hear any of you.
I can't hear. It's like, oh, I
3
feel so
hours in.
embarrassed.
3 hours in, I can't hear any of you.
I guess I had the whole thing muted.
We'd come for you.
Alex
wouldn't
would
blame
gut
you.
you like a fish.
We would have
Alex-
to kill you.
You would hear
get
a ruckus in your kitchen, and you would get up, and I'll be standing there angry because I stubbed my toe on a chair.
Alex will get the land
Like, you
ship.
gotta go.
Alex will get the land ship and his orange pith net, and he will come for you.
In my defense,
That was avoided. The right people won. We didn't have to go down that timeline.
That universe is a parallel universe now. A dark, dark parallel universe.
do I need to know this parallel universe?
You have
You know,
known this. We had a whole huge conversation
we
about
informed
this.
you of some of it at one
Well,
point.
I lived in Arizona. I remember it's because I still lived in Arizona, and they said they were going to kidnap me on the way to you.
Oh yeah.
To make you vote, we were going to drive by you and
I
throw
was-
a net.
I do. remember
Drag
this
you
now,
down the
yes.
street
I
behind,
was the
behind a
naked
bus.
priest surgeon with a sock on his dick.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what you decided to roll. I don't remember what character you rolled, William, but I remember it wasn't good.
This island's mine, and people who disagree are stupid. So saith me.
Strong words.
I definitely realize your pain with the Persona 5 music. It's
Yes, do
clawed
you
its
see
way into
now?
my brain.
It's like
But Sam, you have only just began.
you have only just that game is so long.
It's so long. We
All
watched
Persona
Tyler
games are
play it
long.
like 5 or 6 weekends in a row, like hours
Yeah.
each
all
time.
of the
And he
Persona
was like,
games
"Oh,
are
I'm like
long.
maybe a third of the way through this." It's like Jesus.
I like how in the last stream it was started with us talking about how much the music will drill into your head. Now it's like a few days later, the second stream, it's like the
fully
music's really
confirmed.
starting to get to me now.
And at first I was like, oh, this is kind of like the whole first palace. I'm like, oh, this is kind of catchy. It's not bad.
Oh,
and then,
It's,
and then I
it's
beat it.
It's very catchy.
It is devilishly catchy.
And then I beat it, and then I went back to the overworld, and I was like, this is the same song.
It is.
It's
This
like
is
whenever
the same song.
it's like whenever you play a Bethesda game for a really long time and you start like hearing like the opening prelude to a song and then you
Yes.
realize you know all of it. Except those games have like 50 songs in them,
Mhm.
and Persona 5 has about 3, and it's like the same length if not more.
I will point out, it's enough of an issue that I have the base game. It's enough of an issue that I looked into the Royal version, and the main selling point of the Royal version is more music.
Of course.
We've added 2 more tracks.
If
for
you put a couple more dollars,
it.
put a couple more dollars down the bottom of the table, and we'll add a couple more tracks for you to listen to. You see.
It's gotten to the point where like you said, I'm not very far in, but it's already gotten to the point.
Shall
where
I give you?
I should
shall
look
I?
into the. I want to look into the options to see if I can turn off certain music.
I would suggest, I was about to say, that you put the manufacturer on a tile that does not produce production because it'll be more efficient that way.
Oh my God, they're
was
still
thinking
fucking
that.
talking. I just want to
Right here
save.
should be good. And we can just make it right down here.
I don't think you know what game you're playing.
Oh, I
It's
know what
ta-
game I'm playing.
It's talking the game.
I
It's
just
a light
lost the
novel.
game.
They do talk a lot.
It's a visual novel with some
They
slight
talk
gameplay.
about things that are so fucking stupid.
They are really fucking stupid. And
The things that they say, they're
to
so
be
wrong.
fair, they are like anime stereotypes, so you and I believe them to be
I know.
cripplingly stupid, but other people would like them.
Well, I played Persona 4 in high school, and I was like, oh, this is a really good game, and I liked the characters, and now I play Persona 5 as an adult. I'm like, y'all are kind of dumb.
They
Y'all need to kind of wake the fuck up.
Oh, I should do this. That game really likes to shift back and forth, where you'll spend a full like hour or 2 hours with just people talking, and then you'll spend another hour to 2 hours playing the game. It doesn't do it like in between. It does it all in one burst at a time.
Yes.
When I'm just sitting down and just playing it, it doesn't bother me. But whenever it's a situation like this, where it's like I want to save and stop playing because there's something else I want to do.
We
No,
had
that's
I don't
awesome.
remember any of those characters' names except for Joker, the protagonist.
Yeah.
But I remember there was the blonde one, and we created a whole subplot where he was trying to have sex with Joker, and then the game just kept on reinforcing it.
Why does
We said it
everyone want,
very jokingly at first, but they just
why
started
does everyone
really
want
going
Ryuji
for
to have sex with Joker?
We said it as
it was a joke, but then he started doing things.
he gave off some real vibes. He's like, "Let's go to the sauna and get naked, please."
I remember, I remember I texted Miranda that I was playing Persona 5, and she was like, "Oh, I want Ryuji and Joker to fuck the shit out of each other." I was like, "Why?"
We non-anime people saw them and we got vibes. And then I remember I was looking it up one day, and the Japanese voice actor for the blonde one, has very conservative views and was very unhappy with that taking.
So that made us push it harder.
Yes, and after that's when the sauna scene happened, where it's like you people are blind.
I mean,
It's obvious.
men going to a sauna or a bath together is pretty normal in Japan, so that wouldn't bother me.
It went on a lot. Like we
Oh.
would make a joke about something, and then he would say something that was very homoerotic and laugh it off.
And
happened many
a little time would
times.
go on, and then you do it again.
Yeah, and he
You
would
do
do
it
it
again.
again and again and again. Like I said, we started as a joke, and then it became very real. And there was like at one point where he was like, I have a secret I should tell you, and I was certain,
Yeah.
certain. So much so that when it wasn't, I was
Like holding a drink and then just drop it. It's like, oh, is it happening?
yeah,
Is this about? This is not a drill?
it was positive. But yeah.
I've also found that I care much more about immersion as an adult because I remember because Persona 4, I just told them, I just gave them my name. I was like, this is my name. It's my regular name, and it was weird, but I got over the fact that a bunch of Japanese people were calling me Samuel.
Mm-hmm. There's a part in that game where you go to America for a bit, and it's real awkward because they depict Americans as aliens.
Yeah, the second someone just
Alien
called me
creatures.
the second someone was just like, "Hi, Samuel," and I was like, "I'm a Japanese person. This is weird."
Yeah, they depict Americans as aliens, and that's when they make it clear that the entire time the protagonist is speaking in Japanese, and they're like, "I can't speak English," he said in English. Yeah, Tyler got tired of that game. It like wore him down, and he just stopped. He's like, he was like 40 hours in. He's like, I think I'm only like halfway.
Looking up like walkthroughs, like how long is this game?
That happened.
Oh,
We ended
they're
up
long.
looking. We went into a walkthrough, and it's like, how much more is there?
It's like, oh, we're halfway.
Persona 4 is like 60 hours.
But it's like it's more.
Yeah,
I know.
5 is even longer.
Yeah, 5's longer, but like Persona 4 was like 60 hours long, and that's just the story.
He was
We,
like, I
we
remember.
watched like an 8-hour session, and it's like, so what happened today? It's like, nothing.
Not much.
Really. What plot has advanced?
I remember the thing that really broke Tyler with it was when he was like 30 plus hours in and they were still introducing new mechanics,
Yeah.
like new base gameplay mechanics, and he was like, how long do they want me to be here?
So,
The whole party has not been filled out yet.
oh
Yeah.
no, the only reason I bought this game is because I got it for $2, and I needed something to just sink my time into. So I was like, this is that God has told me I need to buy this game.
My empire will run on salt.
I was
It's
like,
going to
I
be
really
like my
need-
5th salt mine.
The salt engines will run.
I remember I was just like, I really need some way to just sink time
buy
because I
some
don't have
salt?
one anymore. And Persona 5 was for $2. I was like,
That
okay, well
fool.
that's it.
That fool bought my salt. He has 18 coal, by the way, Cyrus does.
Oh God.
So, he appears to have only one city. He has 7 there. He probably has the other 4 I gave him somewhere. So he probably got the double strategic resources thing already. So I'll get coal from there, and then I'm plotting an invasion of Venice in the future. They're very friendly with me, but you see, they have that and they have that. So they've
have
got to
stuff.
go. I'll probably put a city up here.
Sorry, I need to save.
You may not. You absolutely may not.
I just want to save.
You must play for another hour before you get to a save point.
I'm building my first factory.
That is something that's really nice in this one is that you can just save. As soon as you're just playing, you can save. There's no actual save points anymore. That was a thing in 4, and that was annoying.
Oh God. I've never been a huge fan of the idea of save points since open world became the norm.
Yeah, I understood it in like older games.
I stopped
they
liking
have their
save
place.
points when I was no longer a child. It's like,
Yeah.
sometimes I gotta put a thing down. I got shit I gotta do, okay?
Right? I mean, I understood it in older games. In newer game, if a modern game has save points, I'm like, you people were lazy.
It can
Just
it can
admit
have
it.
it can have value. Alien Isolation. They intentionally made it so that there were save points, so they create a sense of tension when you're going through certain segments of the game.
I feel like with a horror
Where
game, that's different, though.
You
Yeah.
get down and crawl. It's like, please.
That save point that's like 2 rooms over and feels like
It's literally
a mile away.
You're like in a doorway, and it's like the hall next to you, and you're like, I can't.
It's too far.
I need to stretch my arm.
You haven't seen it in like the past 3 minutes, but you've heard it. You know it's
You've
there.
heard it in the walls.
It's in the vents. It's in the walls. I hear it.
So that horrible bit of desert is adjacent to fresh water from that lake, so you can build a farm on that hill as well.
Ooh,
I'm just gonna
have to do
press
that,
the home button. I'm
actually.
just gonna turn off my TV, and it's just gonna stay that way. And if the game turns off, then
If
fuck
I just
it.
turn off the console, it's fine.
No. I didn't turn off the console's on. I'm just turning off my TV and pressing the home button. I'm not doing this. I'm trying to talk to my fans.
Duh.
Do you know when I first got a PlayStation 1, we didn't have a memory card with it. So you know what I did? I just left that thing on.
Yeah, I did that a lot playing Okami.
Just like there was a couple games that I beat not saving.
Oh wow.
That was my big strategy whenever I played Okami. It was on the Wii, so I didn't really need to, but the save points were a thing, and I would get to points where I didn't want to have to worry about going back to a save point, and I was younger, so I still had time. I still got told, you can't be on the TV anymore. You got to go to bed or go do or something. So I would just leave the Wii on and turn off my TV.
How?
Hopefully the power doesn't go out.
Yep. Just hopefully this all works out.
If it does, I'll scream.
I mean, it is Illinois. It happens every once in a while.
Fine.
If you go straight west, by the way, Jordan, you'll find me.
Yeah, just in his city.
And then we can sign treaties. And,
What sort of treaties?
potentially plot together.
You guys remember that huge storm that went through in like 2008 or something that like knocked out the power and everything?
Yes.
We have a lot of huge storms.
I do.
I do recall that.
I distinctly remember that specific storm, though.
I distinctly remember. Well, continue. I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
I remember it was the day before my family was about to go to Disney World, and we're all just sitting there like we might die tonight.
Like, we gotta get the hell out of this place.
Did you go to Disney World?
I have always loved storms, like
I
bad
like going
ones
and watching
especially.
them.
I like when they're big, but not fuck off
And
big.
and remember,
I want to feel like I'm about to get whooshed out into the sky.
well, you see, I grew up in a trailer, and I
Same.
still loved like horrible
Same.
storms, like a tin fucking trailer.
I was terrified of tornadoes up until I was like 12, 13 years old. So
I
was
always
terrified of
wanted to
storms.
see one.
I wanted to
so
see it
much.
in real life.
I was fascinated by them on the Weather Channel and shit, but I never wanted to see one in real life until I hit like 14, 15. Kind of started getting over it. I was a terrified little child.
Bring it to me, God.
I was I was scared. I mean, I still don't like being in a storm. I'm not scared of it, but I was scared of tornadoes.
Scared of
until
anything.
I was scared of tornadoes until I saw one just like tearing up a field. I was just a safe distance away, and I just got to watch one tear into an open field. I was like, this is really cool.
That is really cool. I will say I would like to see one if I could be safe. I've always thought about doing like one of those storm chaser things.
Those aren't safe.
I know they're not safe, but they're the closest thing
Chasing-
you can get to.
Chasing a tornado, it's like, boss, it's another one's forming right there. Right, that's like 100 feet.
It's done the thing that storms do, and it's changed directions, and it's coming from us.
Oh no!
Dust storms are absolutely fucking terrifying.
There's
I've
this,
never seen
famous-
one in person.
I have seen the wall of dust. It is terrifying.
Hmm.
You'll
There's
just be
those famous-
driving and you see a dark shadow and you think, oh, what's that? And then all of a sudden there's a great wall just washing over you. And
There's
the
those
whole
famous
world goes
pictures
black.
from the 30s, like the Dust Bowl. Whenever
Yeah.
you see from all the way up into the clouds, there's just a wall of black.
Sky is just gone.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
I think God has abandoned us.
No, it really happens, and it's a regular occurrence in Yuma, Arizona.
It's like God put
I
the ground
hate
up in the sky.
It
God
is
has
a-
decided to flip things.
There's
Flip
at
a
least
bit.
one. There's at least one really bad dust storm a year in Yuma, Arizona. At least one.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
And that's
My
one-
air conditioner broke because of the dust.
So, and I really remember one year, we knew it was coming. So they give you warnings. There's basically storm alerts that come on the radio, like, oh, there's a dust storm coming. You should all hide.
Death imminent.
You're not supposed if you're in your car during a dust storm, you can get a ticket for not pulling over. You're supposed to pull onto the side of the road and sit there until it's done.
I mean, you can't see shit, so I would hope people aren't trying to drive.
Oh, I drove all the time in them.
Oh,
You
I broke
madman.
rules all the time.
I had places to be. Because-
he's like has his hand outside giving signals, and it's just like it pulls his hand back in. It's like bright red.
No, because yes, the state of Arizona, you got in trouble. But if you were late to work because of a dust storm, that didn't fly. That was like, oh, how dare you not put your life in danger and get to fucking work.
Yeah.
I should point out that Arizona's a traditionally red state.
It was the military. We should be like, no, you were late because of a dust storm. That's not. No, you're getting. How dare you? It's like, but my life was in imminent danger, and
And
I'm
now
not-
real imminent danger.
I'm not a useful resource to you if I am dead on the street.
that's not true.
Unless you scrape my body and use it for rocket fuel.
They might.
We'll put this in the new jets.
That was hidden in the contract you signed, you see.
They
We're
have the
trying
rights
out
to
a new-
pull out the big shovels and scrape your body off the road.
There's actually in military cemeteries, there's actually just
Oh.
huge chutes under the graves where they just drop the bodies into them and use them for jet fuel.
Those Luddites do not want you having Uluru.
No,
They
they,
really
do
don't.
not. Not that I
They've
would really need
surrounded
it.
it with machine guns.
Not that I would really need it in their fucking Luddite ways and their religion.
They
But no
worship
dust
Uluru
storms.
and they'll fight for it forever.
Dust storms are just absolutely terrifying. I remember we were all in the hangar. We're all just working, and we get the warning that a dust storm's coming. So they're like, hey, everyone go outside. We have to shut down the jets. We have to close them up so the dust can't basically destroy this military equipment. And we get out there, and we're like, okay, let's do it. So we're just really quickly hurry up, get it all done. And the dust storm was coming. Basically, we were just basically looking away from it the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
closing up all the jets. We all turn around to go back inside, and there's just this rapidly approaching wall of black. We just turn around, and it's like, this is what the apocalypse looks like.
The end is nigh.
And we literally had another guy come up to us like, why are you standing there? Get the fuck inside.
Morgoth has arisen from his tomb.
You could see it. You could see it moving. And literally, we just started sprinting into the hangar. And by the time we crossed the threshold of the hangar, you just hear the grains of sand just scrape like bullets across the brick of the walls. You just hear, and you're like, oh, we
I
almost
remember
died.
There was a thing that I don't remember what it was, but in the 30s, there was a thing that
That is-
farmers had to do. I'm not gonna be able to say that for very much longer. The 30s. I'll have to be more specific.
That is. You mean now? No,
we-
the 30s.
We can't say the 20s anymore, but
Weird.
there was a
That's weird.
thing where like farmers, whenever the dust storms, they'd be so intense that they'd have to do something to the barbed wire fences because they'd be electrified because of the static electricity buildup that would happen from all the sand blowing past.
Yeah,
them.
you'd have to ground metal objects.
And you would touch it, and then you would be done.
Yeah, you'd die. Oh no, yeah, that was a real thing.
Like, God, I'm
done.
done.
That's why we had to close up all the. That's why we had to close up all the panels on the jet. It's just because not only would the dust just get inside and ruin everything, but static electricity would just build up.
So Jordan, you liking those gold mines you got? I'm noticing you're making more money per turn than William and I combined.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan is quite ridiculous. Jordan is quite ridiculously wealthy.
He has 2 gold mines.
I like money.
We've heard tell of this gold resource.
we make our money out of coal.
You see,
You
I
can't
like
have-
money.
I just imagine. Well, wait, doesn't one of you have like a pearl?
I'm going.
Pearl fishery?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna stop
Alex just has
skipping
pearl
the
coins.
the science text because I do that like on Force of Habit, but all the quotes for them are fantastic.
Alex just has pearl coins because he has no gold.
It's like all of the quotes for the like there are things like competition is a sin is one of them, which is by Rockefeller.
Rockefeller says
And
competition is a sin.
avarice is the greatest engine of industry and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, how ominous.
Andrew Ryan's wet dream.
I do love all the quotes.
I feel like if anyone's comparing themselves to Andrew Ryan, their life has already taken a very bad turn.
All of our characters in this game are Andrew Ryan characters.
That's
Like,
true.
that is our goal.
That is not a good thing.
That is what we are, sir.
That is not a good way to wish to be.
We'll shoot you.
For capitalism, we'll do it.
We've gunned down many.
Just get through life, and your only solace is knowing someone's gonna beat you to death with a 9-iron.
Pinkertons,
The,
at the ready.
The only AI civ left on the map, by the way, is Eric, and they have one incredibly productive city.
More productive than my entire empire, apparently.
That's impressive.
I'm out of coal. I built one factory, and then I'm throwing all the other bits of coal I have into the ocean for my navy. So I need more coal resources, and I need to advance past ironclad so that I can make my navy not be so expensive.
When you say I'm tossing coal into the ocean for my navy, I know you mean ironclads, but I just imagine you dumping it into the water and expecting it to defend your borders.
That is what's happening.
It'll work.
Haven't you
I
ever
have
heard
no
of? Haven't you ever heard of the coal mines?
It's like, I have no immediate threats near me, but I have an ironclad fleet bigger than anyone else's in the world combined. Just in case, you fucking Luddites. With your thoughts. With your
they're-
wrong thoughts.
They're thinking things. Oh,
They're
wait,
very
the
wrong.
ironclads can go into open ocean?
Yeah, that was one of the things with Gods and Kings. So, ironclads can go into ocean, but if they're in the coast, they have double movement. So they only have like 3 movement. So if you want them to get anywhere today, you'll have to keep them in the coast.
Old Ironside.
And those ships you're seeing there are privateers. So they changed up the Navy a lot in Gods and Kings. Most naval ships are melee technically. And you can take cities with ships. You can fully seize cities.
I mean, I kind of liked ships being ranged.
Some ships still are
Like,
battleships.
you could basically just use them as makeshift artillery for coastal
That's
cities.
what battleships are for. Battleships have the same range and they have the indirect fire as artillery, but they their range strength is actually twice as powerful as ground artillery is, which makes sense because battleship guns are quite extraordinary.
Quite large.
Yeah, much larger than what can feasibly be done on the land without great logistic. How dare you get closer? Who do you think you even are?
Please, just a little bit of food.
Fucking kill the shit out of them.
You. Why would you do that to us? We were just hungry. You should have thought about that before you became poor.
I have ground troops on the island in case some random Luddite shows up on shore. We'll gun them down on the beaches.
Please, but
Newcastle.
we are but sick and in need of care.
Well, you should have thought about that before you became poor.
I can make factories everywhere, but I need more coal.
Please take my son. He is young, but he will grow and he will learn.
Shoots the child in the head while he's in his arms. There, we took care of your son.
Oh God.
I'm thinking about spending my economy on building hospitals.
L'hôpital.
I
Making
really
jokes like
need.
that. I'm just scared my ex-wife is secretly recording the stream. It's like, here's why he can't have custody.
It's like it is going out to the World Wide Web.
It is.
It'll never go away.
No, it won't.
Forever go away.
Never really
Because-
go away.
It's like because Twitch will think about deleting it, and then we'll just put it on YouTube, where it will stay forever. Oh,
Come back here.
We should really find a way to do highlight reels for YouTube.
There is a way to
Yeah,
do it, but I
there
can't figure
is.
it out. I am
Because
just dumb.
those 5-hour timestamps are intimidating.
Well, I regularly
As I
watch
said,
videos
on
that are
YouTube-
long.
I know I can do it later, but I'm the same way. 'Cause I'm just like, I don't wanna.
it's like
It's too
I
much.
don't understand that. YouTube
It's
will
just too
even
much.
remember where you left off. You can be in a video and leave it, and then come back, and then it'll like automatically load where you were.
Well, I was already in the stream once. I don't need to watch it all again.
That's another thing too. Maybe that's why I'm just like, oh, 5 hours of listening to myself. Nah, I'm good.
They're interesting. They're interesting rewatching them. You notice things you didn't notice before.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's like so I rewatch them, just so that I can see what everyone's saying and make sure that
I
certain
hate
things go.
hearing my own voice with a passion.
You get over that. I've already gotten over that for me.
I've gotten over that a bit. At first, I was like, "Oh my good god!"
Same.
How do you not? How did you not like hear me and just like no, you must not be.
No, I feel like I must hate you.
I remember like people would have recordings of my plays, and I would watch them and be like, "Oh God, turn it off, please." Please,
Yeah,
for the love of God.
I have already gotten over it in that very short amount of time.
I don't really
I'm
like
going
it.
to plant
but,
the
yeah.
seeds to make every single one of these cities have factories the moment I get the ability to fuel them.
You need that coal. You better start
needs
harvesting
that.
that extra coal.
He's that black gold.
I need
Black
to get
gold.
that because the building of all these buildings is starting to cripple my economy, and then I need to get that.
His economy. He has, instead of having gold and silver and copper coins, he has the big currencies, just coal coins, just black.
Coal, black, pressed coal coin.
Condensed coal.
And his,
That way, whenever we get the engines running, you literally see us like shoveling coins into a furnace.
and he and his
Got coal on that island.
and his cheaper coins are made of pearls.
It's like just west of my capital, there's a big coal island that I don't know yet because I didn't send anything out there.
Gotta eat it. It's like
Just-
in Skyrim where we thought wooden coins were a thing.
That was Tyler, where the loading screen showed the shields, and he was like, "Are those wooden coins?"
What?
Like, I don't think Skyrim's that fucking bad.
That was his first thought, was wooden coin.
Is that a wooden coin?
See, money does grow on trees, kid.
Inflation would just be a nightmare.
You
Someone's
reach
just,
into your wallet and you get a fucking splinter.
someone just starts destroying the economy from their backyard.
Oh God, no.
One tree is a fortune. Trees become a very militant resource.
You must burn down the excess trees so that they don't mess up the economy. It's like, oh, we have to. We gotta burn it down.
You see, all of the Jarls succumb to what's known as the Fire Pact, you see. And they elect the High King among them who can do the dragon shouts so that he can breathe the fire to burn down all the excess forest. This is what keeps the Skyrim economy going.
We're saving the economy.
Some poor farming village is just burnt to the ground because it's near a forest.
It's like, we've saved you.
We have saved you.
I hope you appreciate what we've done.
And it's like, oh, you burnt down our home. what will we do? And they just Fusroda away the debris. It's like, you will move.
Eminent
There's a
domain, I'm
perfectly-
sorry.
There's a perfectly nice walled city where you can sell yourself into slavery.
Oh.
You haven't annexed the formerly Dalmatian cities yet.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Dalmatians have been given the orders down there.
Are we a part of the economy now?
Yeah.
Wait, you conquered them but just left them alone?
Your social policy requirements grew by 100 points by doing that.
Yeah.
Like, you're getting that courthouse
Did you
situation
just see
squared right
that,
away.
that courthouse action? Did you see that?
I do have to point out, I already told you how I don't tend to do that.
I know.
On this
I love
one,
buying things.
on with this scenario, it's nowhere near as necessary because the social policies we have and everything. Because courthouse is technically a classical age building.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it costs like 150 production to make. Even a really god awful city will make it in like 10 turns. So if your city is even like somewhat like developed, it'll just build it in no time at all.
Yes, but your money will make it in one.
That's
Even
true.
with all of the economic like cost reduction stuff all combined, it's still like 500 gold.
That man looked like he had a wonderful voice. Just, hello,
Hello.
I'm here to trade with you.
He's the last AI. He's the only one who's willing to buy anything from anyone.
My real name is Peter.
But you can call me Winston.
Winston Chesterfield Longbottom Undercrust the Third.
Have you decided to fix this land?
I think so. I need to get
This
some
land
experience
is
over
my
here.
Land.
This wrong land.
This land
must
is
fix
my
them.
land.
I mean, they're Luddites. They're wrong.
They don't believe in industry.
And how can you not believe in industry?
It
I
is a
foresee
cardinal
us-
sin.
I foresee us having horrible wars against each other in the future. Because
Linkoping has some glowing red shit next to it that really worries me.
Glowing red shit. Oh, that's
goes
just
copper.
copper.
Okay, on my screen it looks like it just has a faint glow. I'm just like, what are you mining?
Sith metal.
We've got kyber crystals. Do you need some kyber crystals?
Cody Marek's gonna just eat those kyber crystals.
I really
Gonna
hope you
find
don't.
a Sith holocron and immediately be like, ooh.
I hope for your sake that you really don't just run around doing Sith things, because the right people will know and they will find you.
I have to point out, it's like things very rarely end pleasantly for Sith.
Almost never, you might say.
And almost I can't even think of a single time. And he has like a destiny system to where if you fulfill a destiny and it doesn't go quite the way he can really fuck you up with the systems he has in place. So you should keep that in mind. So you be sure you want to go down that path. You need to be sure like HK is.
I'm being a good person also, so I just like
It-
I don't think I can deal with a cackling Sith.
It is also
I was-
important. It is also important to remember there was a Sith war within living memory. There will
Yeah,
be people
so-
who are not okay with it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was in it.
As a character, you probably would have you despise the Sith. So you'd have to have some mental gymnastics to justify.
Oh no, like there's already been a very tragic event. There's lots of things just beating me down.
Because I mean, when Revan happens,
Well,
they don't call it a
yeah,
Sith
more-
war. When Revan starts massacring people, they don't call it the Sith war. They call it the Jedi Civil War because Revan was wearing a black robe with a big mask on with a red lightsaber, and he's like, "I'm a Jedi. I'm clearly a Jedi."
I don't believe you.
I think you're lying.
I'm clearly the most powerful Jedi you've ever seen, and I'm going to teach you how, and then be killed.
Okay.
Are you going to stop him?
In his current state, my character would definitely be like, "Wow, Revan has some really good points." Revan's
like
kind
he's-
of a smart guy.
He's a man of action.
Let's cede power to him.
I see no problem with this.
I see no problem here.
Revan
no
is 30 years old at the start of our campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Shot them so much harder than they shot you.
Well, they shouldn't have shot back.
It's like, we have discipline and order.
They said yee yee before they shot at you. They saw like 3 people die, like, yeah! Let's go get him, Klim Bob.
And I scowl upon them and squeak.
If the Eric wanted to, they could outproduce all of us for fucking ironclads.
Oh, they really could. I wonder how much coal they have.
Rothram. Hello, my name is Cyrus, but you may call me Willie.
If we just put aside our differences, we can defeat this evil.
The
And then
Nunites are a
kill each
severe
other.
issue.
And then after that, kill each other.
But I am very much looking forward to playing my character. I wanted to make him tragic and difficult.
I'm looking forward to being a character.
Understandably.
I'm just looking forward to just being in general.
To being able to like make decisions and know that I don't really need to worry about the repercussions.
I need to figure out a fucking characterization because it's like the 5th person I've been. I'm like, I'm running out of things. What am I gonna be now?
I
I'm running out of
immediately
shit to
knew.
do.
I instantaneously knew what I wanted. Immediately. The moment I heard the setting.
I did.
I knew Alex was gonna be some kind of droid or a
No, I was gonna be an old man, and then I
Really?
decided I'm usually an old man, and then I decided once the setting was revealed that there was a true path.
Like once we knew there was whenever William was like, we're gonna do Star Wars, I was like, Alex is either gonna be the most evil Sith or a robot.
My other thoughts I was thinking about doing if we were in a setting if we were in the setting in between episode 3 and 4, I was wanting to be a former clone from the Clone Wars. And one thing I would try to parlay in character creation is that I get a couple of combat bonuses, but the trade-off is that I have some horrible clone old negatives to try to balance it out. I got old.
My body's falling apart.
And I'm a clone, and clones aren't supposed to live that long. That's actually one of the really dark angles of the clones of Star Wars. They're not supposed to live very long. And so, parlay this min-maxing thing to where I'd have, some bonuses at level 1, but some horrible, crippling stuff that would come into play as time went on. Something to where at the very beginning of the game I'd be really useful, but as the game goes on, I start, being outpaced.
Really,
I hope you really understand. I hope you really understand, William. You're gonna have to explain a lot of shit to me.
Oh,
I did send a message to William where I told him.
Assume I know nothing.
I said that it's even if you think it's obvious, you should explain it.
Is William about to have a great barbarian war on that island?
I will begin the purges. I think they're only right around this place because that's where I saw them. But
I'm getting flashbacks of whenever me and Alex played Not Another Earth map, and he tried to take over Australia.
Oh yeah, Jordan has seen Australia.
The sea of
it's
red.
a wave. A wave of red goes upon you, and you just have to shoot it back.
Oh, you're being real aggressive with this whole settlement thing, huh?
I want to settle, at the very least, over here next to the river. I don't know if I necessarily need this open area. It'd be nice, but there's not necessarily much that this can do for me except just own the river.
Something I have to declare immediately. If you go to war with the Uruk and you conquer them, I'm gonna have a problem with that because they are equal distant between you and I. And if you conquered them, you would gain a huge resource boost. So for the purposes of power, if you go to war with them, you need to reel it in. Or else I might have to get involved to keep the balance of power.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna put that out there.
I see.
Put it right on the table.
So you can settle, you know, that's clearly over your sphere. You could settle it as much as you want. But if you do that, you get drawn into a war with the Eric. Know that I will not be satisfied if you just walk in and take Eric and then have a huge coal supply and then...
I suppose I can understand that.
Nothing could have been done with the Dalmies. That was something.
They had to go.
That was like
all
twin
know.
brothers on the same island. They had to fight it out to see which one got to keep mommy's.
We all know that they had to go, and
The
they had to go.
geopolitical structure is kind of tipping right now.
You
Like
see,
I just think
there-
you should know that this is the way it is.
there will be a
Alex has the
triumvirate
west,
at some
William
point.
has the east, and I will have the south.
And you know, I just need to expand right now. That's what I
Those,
need.
I just want to control.
I saw some coal. I saw some other resources over there that I need, but I need more. My people are hungry, you see.
I've got a
about
hunger.
coal.
We need living space.
Eric has almost crossed 100 production per turn, by the way.
With one
Living
city.
Stroom.
That Captain of Industry thing, that's not your empire's calculated, that's city. So it doesn't matter how much industry your whole empire builds. It matters how much industry you have in at least one city. So you can have an empire that's way more industrial than someone else's empire, but if they have one city that eclipses one of any of your cities, they'll still technically be the captain of industry.
They are quite powerful in that respect.
Once that's unlocked, they would have one of the 5 titles. You need 3 titles, and you have to hold it for an amount of turns I can't remember, and then you win.
That city-state just looks like it's begging to be taken over.
It is.
It has silver.
I have my eyes set on Cahokia, so if
Jordan-
anyone wants to go over there, I will fight you for it.
It's like I have my eyes set on Cahokia, I have my eyes set on your event. I'm like I have my eyes set on Venice.
Where's Cahokia at?
I don't think you've seen it yet, but it's in the north and it's to the west.
These
Yeah,
poor
it's up in that
city-states.
cloud area somewhere.
So to the far
William.
south of me and to the far southwest of Jordan, I think there's a very thick archipelago in there, and I think it's just full of city-states.
William,
I think
there's
I
a
know.
city-state on your island that is not under your boot heel.
Well, they're my allies, so they're essentially under my boot heel.
No, but no, they have different borders.
They give culture. Culture's very useful.
They do give culture.
Because we're in competition, so if one of us has more culture than the other, that's horrible. So sometimes the realities of politics means that you just have to get over it.
Power. That is all you need is power.
That's a method you can partake in. It's like that's a route.
I just have not had a reason to do that yet.
This is why I can't roleplay an actual Jedi, because I'm just like, I want power.
Because you're in your heart. You're a Sith. You don't think with your mind, you think with your heart.
Alex kept very angrily telling me that when he had me play Knights of the Old Republic 2.
It's because he insisted so fervently he was a Jedi. And it's like, are you positive?
You can't be screaming, force lightninging everywhere, and then like, but I'm a Jedi.
His solution was murder so often. And I was like, are you positive?
It doesn't sound like the Jedi way.
I distinctly remember, I just like joking, like he kept calling me a Sith, and I jokingly got shot like force lightning at the beginning of the game and just didn't use it forever.
And it was very useful.
and then Alex was like, "You're not a Jedi," and I just screamed, "I'm a Jedi!" and I shot someone with force lightning and killed them.
I don't think so.
I really don't know about that one.
I'm a Jedi.
I'm thinking if I settle a city right here, I can build a harbor. I'll have ivory, I'll have access to cattle, and I'll have a big set of ocean tiles. I'll have Uluru right over here, but I'm also going to be building a city right over here. And that'll get me the river tile. I should be able to expand at least enough to get this, and that'll be a lot of forest.
Those poor warriors are just sitting there staring at your tanks like, we're hungry.
They see the black smoke clouds overhead.
They see smoke coming more and more close to them.
It's the siege of Mediolanum.
I can't remember the Sith Lord's name, but he was just some random rich dude who became a Sith Lord and just died quietly in his sleep. Like, he just lived a quiet, happy life, but was a Dark Lord of the Sith.
They have all the they have many stats for many characters, by the way, but they change all their names. They don't like calling them by their character names. They gave a reason why, but I don't remember. But they even have General Grievous. There's a stat called Cyborg. His race's name starts with a K. Kalish, I think.
Atrip, isn't it, or something like that?
No, it's not like that. It's got S's and H's in it.
S's
but
and H's.
It's got some letters in it.
Hashisher.
yeah. But if they have General Grievous, and he has a whole bunch of really interesting like mechanics to him.
Kalish.
They have the Sith Triumvirate of Knights of the Republic 2. They have like they have Treya / Kreia, Scion, Nautilus. And then they have they don't have Revan or Malak, but they do have Dooku. They have Dooku and Maul and Sidious and Vader. Dooku's duelist. Palpatine / Sidious is the Sith mastermind.
I feel like you can't really make a Revan. Revan's just a god.
They have a couple of he's not as like all powerful as people were saying, because like you were saying he'd be more powerful than Vader, and that's just that doesn't gel with the lore. He's consequential, and he's important, and he did many things. But one thing that you have to keep in mind, especially when you're DMing, is to try not to one up yourself with the challenge ratings. They can confuse you and make you make poor decisions. Like later on in the campaign, if we're doing a fight, like don't level up random NPCs to meet us in strength.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason for some random merchant to be level 10. Even if in your head you're thinking it's like, oh well, what if they just want to kill everyone? It's like, give a reason for us not to do that, as opposed to just trying to make it to where it'd be a challenging fight.
Yeah.
And like, and they're like, oh, stop jumping around, cat. My cat got the big snip today.
Try to force choke some random merchant, and he's like, harder, daddy.
And there are blocks for random soldiers and stuff like that. It's like, continue using them even whenever we get to the point where we far outpace them, but use them in clever ways. Have them have equipment and defensive locations and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like trying to meet our level with the CRs can create boring encounters where every time we're in a new counter, it's like a new big enemy, when it should be more dynamic than that.
Mm-hmm.
The CR ratings can trick you and fool you. Nothing should be more than CR 20. It's like whenever I'm like, Vader's like CR 23, it's like those are unique, specific characters. It's like nothing should be more than CR 20 unless you have a damn good reason. And for the most part, the only characters I saw on the list that fell into that regard were like very important film characters. Palpatine.
If we fought a crate dragon, I could imagine that having a really high CR.
It's on there. I don't remember what it is, but it's on there. They also have Legendary Bounty Hunter, which is Boba Fett, and they have Mandalorian Hunter, I believe, which is the Mandalorian from the hit series The Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
Now on Disney Plus.
Now on Disney Plus.
Shameless plug. Insert.
But they have. We're not sponsored by them. I wish.
That would be interesting.
That would be lovely.
Disney will totally whore ourselves out for you.
William
I did totally
satisfied all moral.
William gets an email. It's just like, this is Disney, and we would like to ask if you want a permanent sponsorship.
Holy shit! This is not a drill, guys.
I did spend all day today
$6-figure salary.
shitting on Disney to Jordan, explaining like the differences between the canon stuff and the Legends lore,
Mm-hmm.
and the many conflicts and problems Disney caused.
There were many.
that mouse puts his hand on your shoulder. It's like, I meant none of it. Give me that money.
I meant none of it, and I noticed you've been playing Battlefront, and we're glad to pay you a 6-figure salary to play the other Battlefront.
No,
And I'm gonna say it's good.
I can't. I won't.
My morals.
It's like,
I refuse.
and then they just touch Alex like, how's 500,000 a year sound?
Oh.
I refuse.
I don't fucking refuse. You shut your whore mouth.
I speak for us. We refuse.
No. Let's discuss.
I spit and I hiss.
Let's discuss.
He just smacks you with a little wad of $50,000.
We fully accept.
No, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Just smacks Alex with a wad of 50,000. It's like, how about a bonus?
Oh.
How about a bonus? Not an advance, a bonus.
Well, if you insist, sir.
Are you going to take Yearvan as your own?
William's
Yeah.
already just bathing in his pile of
If
money.
you landed on that peninsula with the artillery, you could reach the city of Yearvan.
Oh,
So the stream is aware we have no moral qualms. We will whore ourselves
I
out.
don't.
I do.
I don't know if that's quite accurate.
You might want to get your ironclads over there too, because they can help seize the city like efficiently.
That's what I was doing. I got 2 here.
The real ironclads, the sea
Oh,
ones.
that
The
ironclad.
ocean ones.
I thought you were talking about the land ironclad.
I meant the other ones, the other kind.
We have several.
There are many different ironclads.
Make
you
sure
see.
that you land those onto land and not attack from the sea, because if you attack from the sea, they'll get like a 50% reduction to effectiveness.
We
You
don't
want to
do
land them first, unless you got the amphibious promotion, which
was
normally I never get the amphibious promotion.
Virus
but on
and
this
threat
map,
protection.
I definitely, absolutely do.
Windows security really wants me to buy things.
I've discovered the world. I've sailed the 7 seas.
Windows really wants me to activate Windows.
It does.
It would love you to do that.
Like, please.
And it makes sure you know it by showing you that every second of every day.
I forget
I'm
it's
glad
there
I
most of the
bypassed
time.
that on my end.
I should download Chrome, but Edge really isn't that bad.
I hate it. I hate Sam, use Firefox.
Oh,
We will improve your life. That's like I take my finger, I lick it, I put it in the internet, and it's like no more ads. They're gone. None.
It's just gone.
None.
It's just gone.
Get Firefox. There's an extension called uBlock Origin. Get that. No more ads. They're gone. No more.
You
None.
don't know what the internet is really like until suddenly you're just free.
They're
It's
gone.
like, oh, I'm free now.
And it has a counter where it'll tell you every ad it blocks, and so you'll be watching YouTube. It's like, oh, it's blocked over 1,000 ads in the past 2 hours.
Mhm.
It's like, so get Firefox, and then there's a free, all free, all FREE free. Get Firefox. Get the get uBlock Origin. They have like a little add-on button you click, and it brings down a list, and it's right there. Click it. No more ads. They're done.
There's a reason it's the top, the extension or whatever add-on.
Yeah, they're gone. Never have to see them again. And if they manage to slip something through, you can click on uBlock, and there's like a zap tool where you'll laser beam them off of your screen.
I mean, the only thing I really do on this PC is play Steam games with you guys and watch Twitch, so I don't really have an issue with ads.
Everything.
It
suddenly
blocks
becomes
ads on
faster.
Twitch too.
Suddenly everything is faster and it
Yeah.
just works better.
Everything is faster. Like browsing through the internet in general just becomes faster because it's not trying to think of the ads. They're gone, expunged from your life.
We couldn't have made it through 2020 without it. It would have been too much. The political ads.
Yeah.
Do you not like seeing Trump's smiling, grinning face?
I do not like.
I do most of my entertainment stuff on my PlayStation, so I can tell you firsthand there were a lot of political ads.
What the chaotic energy that you just put out. It's like, oh, I only internet through my PlayStation.
Well, for the longest time, I didn't have a computer.
It's real shit. The PlayStation. I'll tell you now. Like Plex, for example. We did Plex on PlayStation for so long. On PC, It runs so much better. Literally everything that you do on the PlayStation, it's better on PC. Every single
I'm fully aware of that. It's just
facet.
I can sit on my couch and watch it through the TV. It's just that's the only reason I do it mostly through.
You can have a computer and plug it into the big TV. You can do that too.
I have done that.
You could take an HDMI cord and get it in there.
It just recently get an HDMI cord with something. I can't remember what it was that gave it to me, but it just kind of came with it and I didn't need it.
If you get that DisplayPort adapter that I was saying,
I have that.
I was about to say for like a couple bucks, you can get that, and then you could just plug in an HDMI cord into your big television screen.
Yeah, that's what I have. I have the DisplayPort converter for my PC.
Deal. Yes, I'll accept.
And then it would be nice to be, because once I get this tablet, I will definitely probably move my PC tower over to my computer. I mean, over to my TV, because fuck sitting in this terribly uncomfortable chair for hours while I'm trying to draw.
I had an office chair, and it's probably like 15 years old, and it's been falling apart. And it's now a bed for my cat now. I had to give it up because I would notice I'd get down out of a computer session. I was like, oh, my fucking back. Like, it was like the lower back all the way up to my neck.
I sit here in a bar stool. That's why I get so tired playing Battlefront, because I'm just like,
I'm sitting in a wooden dining room chair.
Yeah.
I had to get
I have to go buy an office chair soon.
I had to get an actual gaming chair because hemorrhoids.
Hemorrhoids?
Wow.
Yeah.
When did you get hemorrhoids?
It's happened multiple times now.
What
it's
have
not
you done
fun.
to your bum?
It's called sitting all the time.
Listen, don't ask William what he does on the weekends.
It's true.
I tend to sit crisscross applesauce, hands in my lap, so I tend to be somewhat elevated at all times.
I usually
sit wrong.
I usually sit with one leg like up underneath my other leg with my foot one foot underneath my other leg to keep it warm.
A lot.
Like right now, I'm in this chair and I have both my legs up and I'm sitting crisscross up in this chair right now.
I always just get up and move like every 30 minutes. I get up and I just kind of stretch and move.
We don't all have the same restraint as you.
No, I don't get up and stretch, but I do pace all the time. Just the other day,
I do something.
my father got up at like midnight, and I was pacing back and forth. He's like, "Why are you pacing?" I was like, "This is what I do." I was like annoyed. I was like, "I don't need a reason. This is how I am."
Oh, I need to buy more alcohol.
I pace until I will pace back and forth literally until my legs start getting tired, and then I will sit down.
I'm debating if I want to buy beer or whiskey this week.
It's especially when I'm thinking. When I think really hard, I
beer
get up
is
and start.
trash.
I like beer, but
It's piss.
Icky.
And honestly, the reason I buy beer is because if I buy whiskey, I need to buy a Coke or something to go with it, because I don't like drinking whiskey straight.
I don't know if you have to. I don't know if that's a have to.
I don't like drinking whiskey straight. I don't like it.
You don't like Coke?
I said I do like Coke.
Then what's the problem? What's our problem with buying Coke?
No, he doesn't want to have to buy Coke if he buys whiskey to go with it. I'm like, well, I
But why?
don't think you gotta.
It's like Coke is fine.
He doesn't want to have whiskey on its own, is what he said.
Like $1.50.
Yes. I buy beer. It's just here's $20 and here's drinking.
I feel like a bottle of whiskey with a bottle of cheap whiskey and Coke might actually be cheaper than that too.
It's not, because a bottle of Evan Williams here is like $30.
That's I said cheap whiskey.
Evan Williams is cheap.
I don't trust you.
The only thing cheaper than Evan Williams is probably Wild Turkey, and they don't sell that here.
You live in Baltimore. They don't sell something? Like,
Yeah, they don't.
It's like a proper city and everything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They have a football team.
It's like that's the thing. If you have a football team, you're a city.
You have a city and you're a football team.
I don't properly.
No flag, no country.
I don't properly live in Baltimore though. I live in a suburb.
Take
Baltimore's
this
about
monster back to Baltimore.
Baltimore's about 15 minutes to the north. To the north.
I've almost built the Eiffel Tower.
Le Tour Eiffel.
And I don't like going to Baltimore.
So your city of Dalmies cannot be the world's best military city because Eric just built the Alhambra.
Oh no!
So Down East will never have its full potential.
Well, it'll be second best.
From what I've seen of DC too, DC's kind of nice. Like DC, like I haven't actually been properly into DC. I've just been a little bit into the outskirts and like.
It looks
Annapolis and stuff like
fascinating.
that.
Mhm,
It seems
is.
nice. The second you enter the city limits of Baltimore, you feel like you've entered a third world country.
Like, DC voted 86% for Joe Biden.
They did.
They did.
DC does have a very stark economic
Voted
disparity,
86% for Joe Biden. The Trump campaign spent $5 million on advertising in DC.
Mm-hmm.
The fools.
Audience of one.
We know who those ads were going to.
Oh, Jackie, my fucking feet are falling asleep because your weight.
Now I've heard there are nice spots in Baltimore, but I don't want to search for them. Baltimore is very reminiscent of Chicago. Every time I go there,
Chicago.
You
good old
see-
Chirac.
You see, I love that. I love that. I get nervous. I have the opposite thing. When you're in like those like small towns full of white people, I get really
They're
nervous.
just white people.
I get really nervous.
Oh, you
Like,
get
I remember,
nervous.
I remember my family used to have an accountant who died from oldness, and she lived somewhere way south of us in Illinois. I don't remember where, but it was a town where we went there, and I was like, I don't think there's a black man for miles. For miles and miles.
I need some melanin. I don't trust this.
And it made me nervous, and I didn't
It's
like
not so
it.
much being in a big city that makes me nervous. I do like
I
Chicago.
love
I
black
like,
people.
and I do like St. Louis. I love just walking around St. Louis. I could do that forever.
Do you love black people?
It's like, well, when you're in a place that's 100% white, the statistical chances of people having torches like increase
Goes up
dramatically, and I would prefer to not have that in my life.
Yes.
Hey, they were
Something about
saying
Baltimore.
you will not replace us, okay?
There's just
It's like
something
I
about
might be white, but I am a atheist socialist as well, so I'm not their friend.
Like even the black people I work with, they're just like, yeah, don't go to Baltimore. That's a bad idea. Why?
And
would
I
you,
might
why
not
would you
be-
do that?
And I might not be black,
Is you stew?
but my political points are loud enough to where they will see it just as clearly.
The
That
shelling of
artillery is
Yerevan has
unfair.
begun. Oh.
Modern artillery is fantastic.
It's fine.
Now, you can hit it with the ironclad.
That artery.
Your
give it
van's like,
cheap.
please no. They might have spite. They might be able to get their workers out before you can take them. They might put them out to sea.
Be free workers, swim.
Swim! Yep.
We're going.
They won't let you have them. Your van will fall next turn. 2 turns, it's like, boom, done. With very minimal effort applied.
The 7-Day War.
That logo, that nation flag.
It's beautiful, is it not?
terrifying.
I do like Vedria's flag. The sword and everything.
What's the insurance company that has this super fascist looking logo?
I think it might be
Nationwide?
nationwide.
Yeah. It's like a sword through an N with an eagle.
It reminds me of Fish Shark Marketing, where Nationwide, the insurance company, secedes from the union,
What?
and it's like it turns out Nationwide was not on our side, and how every like corporate like office of Nationwide is now its own like they're under siege nationally, like Fort Sumter. It's something that happens. And and Fish Shark Marketing's panicking because they represent Nationwide and they have to spin this. It's like it turns out Nationwide has armed themselves and they're not listening to the government anymore.
I need to listen to some more of that. I stopped when Caitlyn went away. I liked her.
I liked Caitlyn as well, and they replaced them. Jonathan Holmes shows up.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a podcast. It's a podcast that none of you scum watched, and so it got canceled.
I don't really watch podcasts in general.
I watched it religiously.
There's one
And-
podcast I watch, and it's not even that regularly.
But yeah, I like Caitlyn as well. They got rid of her because it was affecting her real life and stuff. She got a job.
She had to go.
Yeah, she got a job turned down because they heard her in the podcast and saying things, and so they killed her character off.
Yeah, the only
And that's-
podcast I really watch is called Trash Taste.
Same thing with Jonathan Holmes. It's like and like Boston's Favorite Son, they call him just Jonathan.
Yes.
I know he's Jonathan Holmes because he's from the old days. But they call him just Jonathan so that it's harder to track like employers to see the wrongs he has said.
William, are you guys still trying to start a podcast over there in San Diego? I remember you were trying to.
That idea has gone by the wayside, you see. For many things have happened.
You have many projects.
I do, and I'm still doing school.
Do them all.
What projects are you currently working on right now?
Star
Idle
Wars
hands.
D&D.
Yeah.
This, the streaming thing. I have school. We're going to be moving starting next week, and pretty much all of next weekend we'll be moving.
You're only in your first year of school, right?
I am finishing my last year, my second year.
Oh.
My second year of my associate's degrees.
Yeah.
Once I finish this semester, I'll have an associate's in applied sciences and an associate in arts.
You should do the Naval Academy program so that you can come to Annapolis
You see,
for no sort of selfish reason.
you see now. My two main options here are to just get my loans and then get my degrees and then go into the Navy and public affairs, which is my plan. Or I can join in as soon as I finish up my associates and see if they'll pay for me to get my bachelor's.
Yes, you'll have to do one of the officer enlistment programs. So one of the big ones is the Navy Academy. I don't just do 2 years at the Naval Academy, though. To be totally honest, I don't know.
And that's...
I just get bachelors.
Yeah, I just need a bachelor's. And once
I'll wait until the government makes college education free, and then
yeah,
I'll...
no,
I
that's
mean-
what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you can like go to the Naval Academy with an associate's degree and just do 2 years at the academy, because the Naval Academy is a whole thing. It's a
Well,
whole
I
thing.
wasn't planning on going to the Naval Academy. I was planning on getting my bachelor's through just a 4-year college.
Yeah.
Because
And
my
then doing
bachelor's is just going to be in mass communications, essentially.
Yeah, just
Journalism and
I mean,
mass communication.
there's got to be an OSA you can talk to out there in San Diego. Just go. Literally, like, you could just call the recruitment office, be like, "Hey, I'm in college and I want to talk to your OSA. Can you get him in contact with me?" And then he'll tell you what kind of stuff you need to do as far as officer programs.
I'm biding my time.
You know what an OSA is, right?
No.
It's one of those military anagrams.
There's a lot of
One of
those.
their many anagrams that they have for
Office-
fucking everything.
Officer selection attendant.
Oh.
Anytime I've ever talked to anybody who's been in the military, half of their conversation is anagrams. Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Because that's half the language of the military. Everything's an
Officer,
anagram.
I'm pretty sure the A is attendant, but it's like officer selection something.
So you don't even know the words.
No, we never do. They just tell us anagrams and we figure it out.
I
That
built
sounds
the
about
Eiffel Tower.
You act like that's why the military just uses anagrams, because no one really tells them what. the
Everybody's
anagrams mean.
forgotten what it actually means, so they can't go back. They just have to stick with the anagram.
This is how new languages happen, okay?
Like Moab, the term Moab for the big bomb.
The mother of all bombs, yeah?
That's not what it means. We don't know what it means.
It's like no one's ever known what it means.
Well, right
It's
then.
hidden for everyone.
Ancient hidden language.
It's like massive ordnance something or something, but everyone's just like, oh yeah, that's a Moab. It's like, but what is a Moab? It's a Moab.
But what is?
It is. It big boom.
Mob.
It
Moob.
big boom. But no, yeah, just call a recruitment office and talk to an OSA and tell them you need to talk to an OSA. you're trying to get into an officer program after you get out of school. And they will make sure you know what to do. They will set you on the path, because
I absolutely plan on doing that. But my main thing right now is getting toward my bachelor's, getting into the college that will give me my bachelor's, which I'm planning on going to SIU. Cahokia, you're under attack. Ooh.
That's where I went.
I
went there.
But
why are you going to SIU?
Because my mother works there and she has a legacy discount I can use, and I can get up to like 50% off.
It's also a well-known, respected college.
No, yeah, I'm not saying it's
Also,
a bad. I'm just saying, like, you live in California.
Yeah, but I need to pay for college.
You just got there.
It's like you just left SIU territory.
I'm gonna plant deep roots.
I mean, granted, I also have considered going back to an Illinois school just because I get to go for scot-free.
I've just been sitting here, and I feel like everyone keeps leaving and going far away, and then they all come back again. And I'm like, this feels like a wasted endeavor. I'm just going to stay here, thank you very much. Unless
What does your mother do at SIU?
She currently works in... Her department is in charge of essentially making the SAT.
I had to think, it's like, what does she do?
Well... She's technically an assistant for somebody else, but her job is that she works on the SAT. And she's constantly in meetings, which is why she never answers when I call her.
Which is why she doesn't love me.
That's why she doesn't love me.
My mom retires from being the superintendent this year. This is her last year.
No.
My mother is starting to become traumatized.
Oh, Lord.
Because my mother now works for the DCFS.
Oh
no, that's a bad one.
Fun thing, they had to have her work on cases from like many cities over, like over in West Frankfurt, because too many people know her here. And they didn't want her to possibly be dealing with people who knew who she was, because when they realized, like, whenever they announced that she was going to be working there, the person who hired her said fully 6 people in their office knew who she was. And so they have her working, but she's doing DCFS now, and I was like, that's a perfect job for her, really, because I was like, you get to have the flaming sword of justice, which my mother does have. She has that in her spirit. And she used to work as a fucking loan shark many years ago.
Oh my.
There was a company called Advance America that gave very predatory loans, and she worked for them. She would be the first person to tell you it's like very predatory. They were coming for you. And she learned how to tell when people are lying, how to get to people whenever they're avoiding, and how to like get in there and start squeezing them. And she has that information. She can do that. And so she can use that as a force of good.
She will find them and make them squeal.
My mother's one of those people who, if she sees someone begging, like on the side of the road, she will stop and help them, even if I look at them and I'm like, I think you're lying. Like, whenever they have, like, a sign saying, oh, I got left here and stuff like that. And it's like, there's something about that that doesn't ring true to me. My mother's like, I must. I must stop.
Yuma, Arizona has tons of fucking panhandle.
Oh, she used to live near St. Louis, and it was a real problem.
Yeah.
Where she would stop and help people so much to where it's like, I'm late for work.
Yeah, Yuma, Arizona is during the winter. It's full of panhandlers. They're everywhere.
The desert's cold.
There's a lot of poor people around here in San Diego too, but I guess it's a good place to
You
be.
live in California. They're infamous for it.
Yeah, it's a good place to be poor at the very least, because the weather here never drops below like 60.
Oh, and that's why they pop up like mushrooms in Yuma, Arizona during the winter, because it's like the coldest it gets in Yuma during the winter is like 50.
They pop up like mushrooms. They are humans.
That's what
They are in fact humans.
I know. I'm not saying that they are fungus people, but
they are a fungus that must be sprayed with pesticides.
But like
There's
that's
the
like
oaks.
well, no, because like that's the best analogy I can think of. Because literally, you'll wake up and it's winter started, and all of a sudden there's just tents everywhere. You're like, where did you all come from?
Like vermin.
The only time I ever called one out and said, no, you're lying to me, was one. He came up to my car. He was very inebriated, and he was like, I need to go to the casino. Can you take me there? I was like, I don't think that's where you need to go.
There's a story that's very famous in my household where my mother saw a man begging for food and she stopped to help him. So this happened to her, and this happened many years ago, and she's still the kind of person who stops and helps people when she sees them, to tell you what kind of person she is. But she saw he was begging for food, and she went over to McDonald's and got him, like, you know, a Big Mac and stuff like that. And then she went to give it to him, and he stopped her and said, "Oh, no, sorry, honey, I'm all burgered out." She remembers that forever, and I remember that forever.
I would remember that forever.
But she still stops and helps people every time she sees it. It hasn't dented her enthusiasm.
I do try to help out whenever, like, I don't normally carry cash around with me, so when they come up, it's like, can I have money? I'm like, I don't have any money on me.
You can't have any of my money.
I'm fully expecting us to advance technologically to where they just pull out a credit card machine. It's like,
no, that happened to me in San Diego, actually.
What?
That happened to me.
Pull out one of those square card readers.
They did. That's exactly what they did. They were like, hey, man, do you have a couple dollars you could spare? I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have any cash on me. And if I had cash, I would have gave him a couple bucks. I didn't care. It's just like, I don't have cash. I'm sorry. And
like,
he was like, oh, no. His exact words, nah, man, that's cool. Pulls out a Samsung, like a new Samsung, and a Square reader and plugs it in. He's like, nah, man, I got you. I was like,
you can't run my card, strange man.
I was like, no.
I'm more frank than that. I'm like, you can't have my money.
Like, I want my money.
I want my money. I also have struggles, and I can't. I don't have enough energy in me to struggle for you as well.
And like, I remember in San Diego, we
do you vote?
Did you vote?
Did you vote?
You don't have to have a home to vote, you know.
I remember in San Diego, me and a buddy went to an Italian restaurant. We had a whole bunch of leftovers, so we were like, whenever people would be like, "No, could you spare some change?" I'd be like, "No, but we got some pasta. You want some pasta?" We got lots of food here that we're not gonna eat. Do you want it?
No, I'm all pasta out.
You're gonna cause riots when you settle all these cities, I think, because you went from 20 happiness to 15, and you got 2 more cities coming down the pipeline.
Oh my God. Mr. Man, you need to chill. You need to calm down.
We'll probably calm down after that.
You need to calm down.
We're
It's
fine.
like, I'll calm down when I'm dead.
It's totally fine.
I'm gonna bump up my army a bit more.
When is the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect supposed to be coming out? Does it have a release date?
May something,
Okay, that gives me time to
I
save
think.
up money.
April or May.
I might have a proper graphics card by then.
I'll get it on PlayStation. I'm not gonna buy it.
Venice, you're
I
not
haven't
going to be
turned my
independent for
PlayStation
much
on since
longer.
October.
Same.
Since October, I'm tired of paying. I'm tired of paying.
I don't
Sony
like
money.
giving Sony money for like nothing really.
Like, I'm tired of that. I was tired of that before I had alternatives.
Well, I know I'm not going to upgrade my graphics card. I know it's not going to happen because
Why
I'm
not?
not going to do that.
Why not?
I'm not going to mess. I don't.
He can't open it. Remember, we
don't.
had that conversation.
I don't.
He can't open that PC.
You have a deal proposed.
You know, if I had like an actual publication that I could have open in front of me to work on this,
You want some
Might.
salt?
What you got?
but
Do I
I
have
don't
some?
like. I don't
I
like
have
just opening it up and
salt.
just guessing. It's like, oh yeah, that looks like a graphics card. I'm just gonna
I'll give it to you for a bargain. Have some salt. I have the world's largest salt deposits that you can ever see. Look at it. I just like rip salt in my coarse hand.
And to answer, like, I remember last time we talked about this, Alex was like, you work on radars and yet you won't open up a computer.
It is
This is
bizarre.
fair.
So no, the last time I ever worked on a computer was because a friend was like, hey, you're Avi, you work on electrical stuff, can you help me with my computer? And I said, that's probably not a good idea. I wouldn't say I'm super. He's like, no, just come on and help. and we opened his computer, which was easy enough. I've worked with little electronic stuff, so I handled
wouldn't
that.
say that's the hard step.
And then I opened it up, and he was like, "Okay, so what do you think's the problem?" I was like,
Oh.
"I don't know. You're supposed to tell me." He's like, "I'm
inflicted with a dark curse with electronics, and I was able to modify mine. So you're fucking fine.
I know I could
You're
do
fine.
it. I know I could, but it's just I don't.
But you're stubborn, and you would rather be backward.
Yes.
And you don't want to vote, and you just want the world to fix itself.
I voted. Damn it.
You know, whenever I put my computer together, I just watched YouTube videos. Like, there was a half-hour video that I've maybe watched twice, and then I just put it together.
I've considered building one from the ground up, but I don't want to modify an already made one.
I'm old-fashioned. I like to just read. I like to read and then do and then poke and prod until.
Oh yeah, if I had a publication for this little computer right here that I could just sit with and be like, okay, I have this, so I know how to not break it.
You can do that. You can look up the name of your computer and find the manual online. That's available to you. You can learn everything. You can learn more about your computer than any of us could possibly know. That's available. That's not hidden knowledge. You don't have to do rituals for that to happen. You can just go to like Intel's website and type in the serial number. And it's like, well, here's the manual for it.
This island is mostly desert.
I would hate to just have a random ESD incident with my computer and fry the whole thing. That would also upset me greatly.
Well, Jordan can send you another free one.
I'll send you another. There's still a pile.
It's not like you dumped a bunch of money in it.
That's true. But
so if something did go wrong, you get a mulligan.
I know, but I would hate to buy parts and then just.
But the third time.
No, I would hate to buy parts and ESD the shit out of them.
It's like fear, the terror creeping in. I don't want to do it either, but I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna get a graphics card and I'm gonna put it in there, and it's gonna.
I would
work,
either have to go buy.
It's gonna work.
I would have to go buy the equipment I need.
I mean, depending on the fucking graphics card that you get, you could literally just jam it into your fucking motherboard, and that's fine.
I want to do that though.
Like, you just push it down, and you hear the click, and then it's good.
You push it down until it cracks horribly.
Exactly.
You put it on a flat surface, though.
I would be like, okay, here. This looks like where it needs to go. Okay, I'm just gonna, and then I'll push it. I'll be like, is that right?
You don't just set it on a spot and just hope it's the right spot. You have to look in the manual.
When I was putting in the Wi-Fi stuff into this computer, it was a nightmare. It was a horrible waking nightmare because literally everything that could have went wrong did. Like stuff not being the correct size and stuff like that. Like they had some stuff pre-screwed into the little Wi-Fi card.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to unscrew it and pull it out, but they had these little circular prongs to hold them in. And they were manufactured very poorly, because one of them came off perfectly fine and the other one refused. Absolutely refused. And I had to get really, really strong with it, which made me very scared.
Which is why I say, if I bought all the stuff, I'd be way more comfortable just building a PC from the ground up than I would be opening up this Dell and fucking with it.
And they gave a mini CD to download the stuff, and my computer can't do that. And so I needed to go online and download the drivers.
I imagine Sam's hands are sort of like a claw machine, where they come down from the top slowly, grab the part, very gingerly pick it up.
You have lots of people.
Oh no, but that's another thing. I know how to do electrical work. I can work with components and mess with all that stuff, but I have very large fat hands, and I hate putting them in small places.
I got big grubby fingers.
I got big meaty claws.
I got sausage fingers.
But
I do. When I have to prod through a Saber, or when I have to prod through a Saber fucking radar array, I hate it because my hands don't fit. I'm just like finagling everything. I'm just like, yeah, that feels like the right connection. Okay, the ohms are right. That's right.
Yeah, that was a problem, and then they had the screws way too tight. Way too tight. So getting them off scared me, because I had to, once again, use quite a great deal of force. It didn't actually fit properly in, so like the back plate that you have to put down, I have it kind of like cattywonkus, because it wouldn't shut all the way, because it just plain old just doesn't fit like the way it should be, how it sticks out, but it all works and it's fine. It was spooky, and I didn't end up. If I needed to, I could go find it and mess with it, but I ended up giving up on doing the Bluetooth because I'd have to plug it in to the back of the USB stuff. And the pictures they showed me did not match.
You just plug it into the motherboard.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of cold.
You can buy a Wi-Fi Bluetooth card that it's like both at the same time.
But I for a real long, I pulled up a diagram. I went to the Intel website and looked at the manual, and I was looking. It was like plug it into this. I don't remember the actual name it said.
And this is why
it's plug it into this, and I was like, I'm not seeing that on this diagram. And then it was like, here's what it looks like on a YouTube video picture. Here's an arrow. It's like, I'm not seeing that.
And
so I said,
I would build one ground up.
So I was like, you know what? Instead of me just plugging in something into a random place and seeing what happens, how about I don't need the Bluetooth. I'm not going to use it. Yeah. So I'll just leave it. And if I want to do it, I have the Bluetooth stuff like in a drawer, and I can go put it in if I want to.
I'd just rather build one from the ground up, but I don't want to spend the $1,500 it would cost to make a decent one.
It doesn't cost quite that much.
Yeah,
you have a computer. All you literally have to do is upgrade like the RAM and like the graphics, and all of that wouldn't be that expensive, and you'd have a computer that can do 90% of everything you wanted to do.
Yeah, I have two 16 gig RAM sticks, and both of them together only cost me like $80.
But how much did your whole desktop cost?
My whole thing, processor and GPU and everything included, was like $1,200.
Yeah.
You don't need all that though.
I know that, but I was making mine to be like mid to high tier.
To Sam, it's like there's nothing. Do you plan on playing Call of Duty like with like 1-to-1 like
ultra setting?
You don't need any of that. That's not the games you play. Who do you think you are? That's not the games you play. It's like you can, with the computer you currently have, with very modular specific upgrades, you can do everything you want and it would work fine.
Yeah, totally.
I would recommend if
you really wanted like a new really advanced game, you can just have a console sitting on the side for that. But like that's how I know I'm going to treat my computer. I'm going to have some very marginal upgrades here and there that I'm going to do to it. Probably end up putting like maybe $150, $200 into it or something like that. And that will take care of 99% of my needs. But maybe in the future, if I ever want to play the God of War sequel, maybe, possibly.
If Sony doesn't hold it hostage.
Well,
maybe
it's going to be hostage. God of War's not going to come out.
They've given us some games on PC.
Did the newest God of War come out on PC?
No, but I mean, some of the other things are originally PS4 exclusive.
It's like, hey, Spider-Man got into the Marvel universe, so I don't want to hear it. It's like never say never.
I remember when that happened. I had been saying
I think that's
the
years. Only thing that's ever happened that I've ever been wrong on.
I was saying it for
I will
years.
have to use that as an example to where you need to just shut up and know that never say never.
I was saying that for years, like it's gonna happen. Everyone told me I was crazy.
Well, it did take something that's literally never happened before to happen for it to happen. Where the two mega corporations get together and it's like, let's share.
Everybody else like, what? What did they just say?
What's his share?
What are they doing?
Do you believe in life? That's share.
Oh.
Your happiness is 3, my friend.
Oh my.
You have so much gold and you are so wealthy, but did that buy happiness?
I don't really look at happiness, so I'm pretty happy.
I ignore the riots outside.
I didn't realize I was in a bad place, so it's fine.
Who's the fucker from Fable?
Lord Lucian, King, the king, Lord.
No,
Lucian.
no.
No, that's the first one. King Logan.
Reaver?
Oh, Stephen Fry. You mean Stephen Fry, the wonderful,
That's
lovely
me.
Stephen Fry? Yeah, Reaver. I love
Reaver.
him.
That's Jordan. Jordan is Reaver. He like walks outside his
Reaver,
factory and there's children dying and people rioting. He's like, oh yes.
So look at how much gold I'm making.
I fucking love Stephen Fry. I love everything he does.
Who doesn't? Everyone loves him.
He has an old show from the 80s called a little bit with Stephen Laurie is what it's called, and it's him and Hugh Laurie, who's the guy who played House in House, who was a comedian before he.
Quite funny.
Yeah, he was a comedian before he became House from House and didn't need to work anymore. But that show's actually really fucking funny. But if you're not British, you don't really know that show.
I remember seeing Hugh Laurie do an interview on the Graham Norton show. It was quite hilarious because
I watched the Graham Norton show as well.
They were talking about medical stuff and how apparently George Clooney remembers a lot of the medical stuff he does.
I've seen that. Yeah.
He does on his medical shows, and Hugh Laurie's like, oh, I say it, and then afterwards I don't know what the fuck just happened.
He's like, I've totally forgotten all of it. Every last bit of it.
I mean, if you actually watch House, though, every single episode is him just rambling words and then everyone else is like, "You're right."
He's instead
the
of
things
waxing,
he says tends to be medically accurate.
They do.
He goes off.
Instead of waxing philosophically, he's waxing medically.
And he's correct in most
show.
of the situations, and I love that show as well. But like the entire premise of the show is just he's smarter than you, so just listen to what he says.
He's Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, he's the Sherlock Holmes.
It's like House Holmes, Watson Wilson.
I had not made that connection, but yeah.
That's the House Holmes, Watson Wilson.
I just love
Sherlock Holmes, but medicine.
I just love that I have the knowledge that he's just bullshitting.
It's like Holmes had an opium addiction. It's like House has
painkiller
has Vicodin.
An
It's
opiate.
like Holmes had mental handicaps and House has physical handicaps. But yeah, he's just Sherlock Holmes. But Dr. Medicine.
I wonder if that says something about Americans and our fascination with the medical system. And how we
viewed it through the lens of like an investigator looking through murders.
Yeah.
To try to figure out to depict the doctor.
Like how
at his height, he was paid I think like $30 million an episode at one point.
I believe it.
Yeah, he never needs to work again. He was the highest paid. Not only was he the highest paid actor in Hollywood for a while, he's like holds a record for like highest paid like actor on a TV show, because like. For like 5 or 6 seasons in a row, House was the #1 show on television.
I mean, after watching the show, I can understand it.
It good.
It very good.
It does the stereotypical like drama stuff, but it also does the smart TV show stuff as well.
Yeah.
Eric is really extending its reach, and I don't know what it's doing on the other side of me.
It is worrisome that he has great war infantry.
Yeah.
Which have a strength of 50 versus your riflemen, which have a strength of like 34, I think.
But we settled the frontier.
I should eat something, but that would require me to go cook.
I ate before I got on this time.
I didn't wake up today until 4:30.
I've been up since 6 in the morning because my cat got snipped today.
Oh.
And the appointment.
Snap.
For some reason, I scheduled the appointment for 8:30 this morning, so I had to get up at like 6 so I can get coffee.
I went to bed at 6:30 your time, so.
I was up at 6 in the morning, and I tried my best to go to bed a little bit early, but I did not really succeed. I went to bed about midnight, so.
Too bad.
I always go to bed.
I hadn't even gone to sleep when you woke up.
Whenever I was having to be at work at 6, I went to bed at like 8, at like 8 p.m., 8:30.
Ever since I got this cat and brought him in, it's like I get up a lot earlier than I normally do now. I tend to be up at 7 in the morning every morning. Because my cat insists. He won't take no for an answer.
Get up and
Like,
feed
I
me,
wish to
you
be
bastard.
up now.
He's like, the light outside, it's on, and
The
you
light
need
has
to be...
turned on, so we must do.
And
The day
he's
is
real,
here.
He'll sit next to me on my pillow and like put his paws on my face, and he demands I awaken. And he'll get real.
Sleep in a bed now?
He'll get real close to my ear and meow the loudest. He'll make the loudest noises.
Do you actually sleep in a bed now, Alex?
No. I have a pillow though. I own a pillow.
Well, like he said, he gets on my pillow, and I was like, wait, do you actually sleep in your room? When this happened? That's a large development.
No, my room is still being used for storage. Actually, more so now because we have a weight machine in there, and we have an old TV in there too.
Your house is wrong.
And we
Your
don't.
house
We
is
don't.
so wrong. Every aspect of it.
I remember
know.
I was so shocked when I found out he had a basement.
We have a full basement that we used to use as a game room.
Yeah.
But
And I thought you were
very
bullshitting
wealthy
me, and then your
island.
dad confirmed it. I was like, oh my
We-
god.
not only is my room a storeroom, but it's not. We can't really fix it. Like unless we just start throwing things away.
That is an option.
It is an option, but.
Throw it away.
But like I said, it has like an $800 weight set and stuff in it. So
Does this bring you happiness? If it doesn't,
I do in fact use the weight set. So yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Fair
there's
enough.
nowhere unless I put it in the middle of the living room. There's nowhere I can put it. We have our choices are we either keep using my room as a storeroom, we start throwing away expensive stuff that we want to keep, or buy storage.
You
So
must
we just
KonMari the room.
and
That's what you
so
must do.
we just leave it in my room.
You could put the weight system outside and have like a whole prison gym out in that little backyard of yours.
I can't use my room anyway for now because last year we had the kid that shot out my window back there, and we don't have that fixed yet.
Shot out.
Oh yeah, some little fucking shit got a BB gun for his birthday, and it took him no time at all to shoot things in the neighborhood.
Well, no, but I mean, I was more concerned that you someone just shot a 9mm at your window.
It's like, oh, there was a drive-by. It was
Pulled
nothing.
that gat.
Fine.
It was like, fuck you, Alex.
Oh no, the police don't patrol my neighborhoods, and they need to. You see, my neighborhood is white, so they don't patrol my neighborhood. I live like...
Your neighborhood's white, but it ain't right.
I live
Yeah,
like
yeah.
3 blocks away from the police department and maybe 4 blocks away from the county jail, and we don't ever see cops here, and it's really frustrating because we do, in fact, you can in the distance hear gunshots every now
Oh,
and
it's
then.
terrible.
And
Harrison's awful, and there used to be a school
and
there.
there are fucking thieves. There are thieves that prowl, and versus my mother lives on the south side of town. It's like it is 100% black, and you will see cop cars all the fucking time, and nothing happens over there. I can be at her house and nothing. I will hear nothing, and then in my neighborhood you can hear screams in the distance, and there is not a cop to be seen. It's very unsubtle.
I can't imagine what the difference is.
It's very unsubtle.
There was a cop beat in my fucking white ass subdivision, but you didn't have a patrol. That's fucked up.
It's very, like I said, I live only a few blocks away from the police station. In fact, if I angle myself ready enough, I can see like the parking lot of the police station from my house.
Oh.
They got nervous. You showed up and they're like, "What are you doing here?" They're like, "What are you doing here?"
I think
What do you think?
that's an adequate show
He
of
also,
force.
if you look at Eric, he also has 2 artillery pieces and at least 2 ironclads. over there.
Jesus
So he's like,
Christ.
"This is mine. This is my land."
You
He
can't
said,
have
the
it.
fuck? The fuck are you doing here?
Go
You
ahead.
go back out in that water.
You go
You
back
can
into
have
the
it.
sea.
You can have it. That's fine.
You just see them chasing you.
I mean you no harm.
Well, if you did go to war with him, you can outproduce him because you have more military supply than he does.
I could just throw men at him.
Yeah, at a sheer attrition, you would win. But he does have his position also has a lot of hills and mountains, so he could set up a large artillery line.
It would be a very bloody war.
It would be rough.
Universaire.
Universalis? Europa Universalis?
What about Europa Universalis?
I like those games.
I know everything about that game.
I started buying a lot of stuff for Europa Universalis, and now I have a PC.
It's good.
I bought the stuff on PlayStation, you see. And I really, really, really don't want to buy it again.
I understand.
But I don't want to play my PlayStation because I hate Sony and I'm tired of them and they make me angry.
I don't like looking at them. They make me unhappy.
I prefer Sony over Microsoft still.
They bring unhappiness.
Microsoft's a better company, but Sony has the things. They have the things.
They do have the things.
But Microsoft's the better company. Microsoft doesn't have as thick a skull and isn't just like flagrant assholes.
Yeah.
Like Sony massively is. We established shit Sony solidly like
every
6
password
years ago.
that we have in like a game or anything is like shit.
Is almost always shit
version.
Sony.
Yes.
And it has been that way for years and years and years.
William gets an email. Would you like a sponsorship from Sony?
Like no.
Wow.
Like just flatly, it's like no.
Well, let's talk money first.
We will give you $50 million.
Oh, your soul.
We feel like you're very influential for some reason. I may have taken chemicals before this phone call.
Well, I appreciate it.
Like I may have just had like a roulette wheel I spun and picked a random person.
And I hit a real good number on you. One-time offer.
We set up a pachinko machine with a bunch of unknown streamers on it, and you just happened to get the ball.
Hell
But
yeah.
these bats also telling me go for it.
The voices tell me that this is a good strategy.
I mean, if you want to invest, sure.
And then you make one stream that doesn't conform to their company standards, and they just bury you.
No, please.
Bury you in litigation.
You get a cease and desist in the mail.
A cease and desist from my own channel.
Yeah. You didn't read the fine print. We've almost used up all the wonders.
It's true.
I built the Eiffel Tower before any of you people researched the technology to build it so that you couldn't steal it from me.
I'm starting to think I should have done that first.
You're seeing the happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I built that before you people could possibly steal it from me. I should have waited
What's your
2 turns
happiness
before
at,
I send
William?
them.
Right now it's at like 12,
Because-
but it's gonna go down.
Go back home.
Well,
you
I
need to go
mean,
back
that's-
home because...
Isn't
Well, if you just
Jordan's
keep
at, like,
importing
2?
salt from me, you'll be fine.
For
It's
now.
fine.
Isn't Jordan's at like 2?
It's like, you all just need to establish a resource dependency, and I'll keep sending the salt to you, and the salt will flow. You want some salt?
You want your food taste good?
You want some salt.
I don't think I do.
Put it on your chips, and the people will stop rioting. I swear.
But if I don't look at them, they're not rioting.
If I
We have
pretend
already
it's not
established.
a problem.
We have already established he's Reaver. He's too busy having orgies with demons in his room and making money.
I genuinely don't look at the happiness until it becomes red, and I'm like, oh, I guess I should maybe look at that.
This reminds me of when Cynthia burnt my house down while I was having an affair with Claudia, and then Claudia got angry because I was having an affair with Andrew. It's a line that Reaver says. I remember Andrew's name, but I don't remember those other names.
Reaver is definitely a goal to reach in your life.
I've taken his wealth. I've taken that man's wealth already.
He has no money left.
I've taken it.
That I
Poor
can't
Cyrus.
just fix.
Don't do
Cyrus.
gold.
I
It's a
know,
cheat. It is a
I
cheat.
know. But I
Poor
like
Cyrus.
cheating. I like it.
It's a cheat that's too far.
I like
How's it a cheat?
The AI doesn't understand economy, and
So they just say yes.
yeah,
They
they
just don't have-
in their head think it's a good idea to take the gold per turn, but what ends up happening is they end up going into debt, and then it starts eating into their science, and they start becoming dependent on you, on the resources for happiness.
Everywhere.
And they start building trading posts everywhere, which means they're not generating enough food, which means their population production suffers, and it causes a domino effect. So
that sounds
when
wonderful for me though.
Yeah,
it's
but
very wonderful,
we do.
But they don't know.
But it breaks the game, and it causes a domino effect. And even if you do for a couple of civs, it affects all the AI because they start not trading with each other as much, and it tilts the game so far into the player's favor that it just becomes like a
break the world economy. It's fine.
No, we've done it, and it gets boring. You end up being solidly 2 eras ahead of everyone for no particular reason.
Money. It's because I have money.
When you have normally in a regular game, a regular balanced game, if you're like ahead in science, you'll be ahead by like 4 to 5 techs, and if you decide to trade with the AI using gold per turn, you will inevitably be fully 2 eras ahead of them. Where they're like, I have the longsword. It's like, well, I have nuclear weapons, and the game becomes pointless, and the game is more fun not doing that.
They send lancers to take your capital. It's like, I have rockets.
It's like, we have guns.
It was a thing where I'd play games on myself, and I'd notice that it's like the AI was so dynamic, and like all these interesting things would happen, and then I'd play with multiplayer. It's like they're all lobotomized and they're just standing around dying, and that was the reason why. I looked into it, and it's like, oh, there's like a whole like walkthrough. It's like, here's how you win every game of Civ. Do this. And it was exactly, and it was a strategy I had taught Jordan as well, which made it worse.
Like, oh, I can win.
I can do the win.
I can have so much money that I don't know what to spend it on.
You can still have that, and you currently have that. It's like you can have so much money. You don't need all the money. You don't need all the money on the map.
But money.
What do you mean I don't need all money?
Is that not the point of capitalism?
All money mine. All money
you see, if we did that, it would create a race downward, and that's actually what that would do.
All your cents now belong to us.
I suppose we can have a gentleman's agreement that we preserve the economy.
The players can do it as much as they want. You just can't do it to the AI. Except if you're demanding, unless you're demanding
chicken strips.
War reparations. Like if you went to war with them and you want to make it hurt, you go right ahead and demand money per turn. But if you're doing just regular deals, then don't.
There's so many vines that I desperately wish I knew the context for.
I reach out, ask.
I do wish I knew the context for fucking chicken strips.
Where did that come from? What was happening?
But that's part of the charm.
It is. It's
I didn't do a chicken strip and there was a bone in it.
I miss Vine so much. I hardly was on Vine, and then when it went away and those videos became not frequent on YouTube, I was like, oh, but my funny.
Why did Vine fail, but now TikTok?
I don't know.
Vine became TikTok. They got bought. Vine got bought out.
It's like, but why? Why did that?
I don't know.
Vine got bought out by the company that made Musical.ly, and then Musical.ly failed and became TikTok.
It's like, but why is that what people do now? I see there are like people who are really like internet famous now, and they're like, I have an Instagram and a TikTok, and they don't mention YouTube, and I'm like, oh, they're leaving me. I won't go with you. I look at some like fucking 15-year-old, and I like point my finger. It's like, I'm not going with you.
I'm not coming.
The youth are
staying where I am.
The youth are constantly going somewhere else. It's weird because as you can clearly watch the younger generations drift away from what was before. Like with our generation, 4chan and 8chan and all that stuff is where like the people who didn't want to go to Facebook and MySpace and all that stuff. And then
I didn't want to go to Facebook or MySpace, and I didn't do that either.
True, but you didn't do anything.
Hermit. You were just a hermit, though.
It took me a long time to get a YouTube account.
And I don't
I
blame
was
you.
like, I don't want to tell you people who I am.
But the majority of people who live in our modern society are on social media. And while I wouldn't say that 4chan or 8chan is social media, it still functions as a social forum.
I don't want the Russians to have my
I forgot 8chan even existed.
Well, it's a Nazi place, so don't go there.
Until you spoke of it, I forgot it even existed.
Good.
I read it and have Reddited for many, many years.
Reddit is much better.
I put my big toe into Reddit. I was like,
I do not go to Reddit. I stay away from Reddit.
Made an account and then I like hung around the Jim Sterling page for a bit.
I try to stay away from Reddit.
And then people were weirdly aggressive about things.
Yeah, that
very randomly.
That's just a lot of social media now, though. Everyone has an opinion, and every other opinion is wrong.
It's like I'm very laissez-faire. Walk in, it's like, oh, you disagree, okay.
Are you telling me that you don't absolutely hate everything that? He has Notre Dame now.
He has a second city.
Oh no.
He now has a port on your side. He might start mass-producing ironclads.
Oh, he would win too.
Reddit I just realized. You unlock the ability to make battleships, but you don't have any of the coal to make them.
That's why I started this city. I just got to start.
So you need to get the workers there to make the mines.
But I'm mining Luboric.
You need the Laboric and you need the coal, and you need to unlock the double strategic resource social policy.
We need more workers.
Before the end of it's like have the assembly lines make workers. They're just men going up the line and they're just like screwing their legs on. Industry can fix your problems.
Industry
Reddit's
fixes all
as
problems.
Volatile as Twitter. That's why I stay away from both.
Reddit is.
Maybe people shouldn't say controversial things.
Yeah, no.
Every comment I make just gets upvoted a lot.
I have been correct for too many years for me to accept that. I have been proven correct so many times.
You just gotta go to the right subreddits.
The only thing I prefer about Reddit as opposed to Twitter is I feel like on Reddit people get checked a lot better than they do on Twitter. Like, things just run rampant on Twitter, whereas eventually Reddit will be like, no, stop.
Yeah, what happens on Reddit is something will get popular in a board, and then that board blows up, and then the mods on the board can crack down on it. On Twitter, everything is just out in the ether as soon as it's said, and there's nothing you can do.
Twitter's people screaming at each other, like from their cars as they pass by.
Yeah.
And then they scream back, and it's like, ah! It's just a lot of people driving around in cars screaming at each other.
Whereas Reddit is people in a room screaming at each other, and when it gets too loud, someone comes by and says, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're getting to the point, by the way, just bringing it back to the game a little. We're getting to the point where wonders are going to run out, and once that happens, the AI, our one AI friend, will have nothing to do but expand and build soldiers.
So William, you need to get on that.
No, if you do, you best watch it, because don't make me intervene.
Look,
they don't make my long arms reach over.
Uruk already has Great War infantry, and they have more of a navy than I do, so I have no plans.
You're a
on being
human
hostile.
man, and they're not, and so at any time you could show up and make them go away. So
I would definitely say, William, you need to build up a really good military to keep them away from you, because they want to touch you.
I am fine. Don't worry about me.
They want to touch you so hard with their long fingers.
They really do, and they've got lots of battleships.
They're long.
They feel Alex's
fingers.
Support behind them, and they want to touch you.
It's like, I won't declare friendship or anything with him, but
we know.
But just so that people know, it's like the balance of power is delicate.
Would it be so bad if William just raised that extra city, left Uruk alone, but just destroyed the other city?
That'd be fine.
Keep them down. Just keep them down. They don't have to.
The final city-state.
I would have no opposition to that.
There you go, William. You don't have to destroy them, but you got to make sure that they remember their place.
Just keep the war brief.
I'm
about
surrounded by
that.
city-states.
Remember your place, trash.
Remember,
There's like 30 city-states on the map, so...
They just have multiple land ironclads just sitting around, not doing anything. And I only have
You
3.
might need to seize Monaco.
I think I might need you. You've got coal and
I
silver.
think you should know, by the way, I think after the second city-state you conquer, then the city-states will start banding together and will declare permanent war on you.
Yay.
Fine.
So it starts making, if you want allyship with them for happiness or culture, it makes it harder.
City-states are just future settlements for me. I avoid making settlers because I just find
they've made cities for you. They've taken
like,
some of the work.
It's like you look at you setting me up so well. Now join the empire, but we don't want to. I didn't ask.
That wasn't a request.
Did you hear a question in that? No, that was join the empire.
Now that I have great war infantry, I think I'm going to make an invasion army just to take Venice. Because it has a large coal supply and I would like to own it.
Venice does have quite the coal.
We're already seeing, like, even the mighty coal supply of Orlando is starting to get rather low.
You hush. You hush your mouth.
It's
the
like...
coal supply will never
Don't you
run
put that
dry.
evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Coal will never go away. Coal lasts forever. What are you talking about?
It is an infinite resource.
We're bringing coal back.
It's totally renewable.
With those Lubaric mines and the 2 manufactories, Vedria really can become a center of incredible industry.
I really want to.
Oh,
I
yes.
really want to know what Lubaric is. Like,
It's spicy metal.
So the 2 leading industrial cities, well, the 3 leading industrial cities is Eric, Vedria, and my city, Ambulius.
like I want to look up the lore for this Civ mod and be like, what is Lubaric?
That's it. He can look it up right now. Actually, if you go to the Civilopedia wiki, you can look up Empire Smoky Skies, and they'll tell you. It's actually fun. I was reading through some of the informations on them, on like the units and everything. They actually do have flavor text and everything.
Appearing in the natural world
Dull
as a
green, the
nondescript.
bark glows under high temperatures, is much more powerful and volatile than its predecessor coal, and acts as the ultimate energy source for factories and vehicles alike. The chain of reactions and mechanisms required to utilize Ubark are complex and unprecedented in the science of energies. Whereas most fuel sources yield their energy when burned, the bark is unfazed by flame. Its green glow, the only apparent reaction. To unlock the enormous potential present within chunks of Lubaric ore, it must be submerged in a solution of enzymes and subject to both heat and pressure. The key reaction is not combustion, but dissolution. Its toxic, gaseous exhaust must be carefully guided. If the fumes get trapped in the valve or corner for more than a few seconds, it will eat through metal. Only with precautions will this legendary energy be loosed with its chemical bonds. So yeah, like all the stuff actually has their own like words. Like the
Sounds so evil.
Oh yeah, we're gonna put it in tanks. We're gonna put it in weapons of war.
It's just warpstone. We'll just make warpstone a thing.
They discuss the land ironclads. They discuss them, and like as you progress them, how interesting they are. How like with the land ironclads, you can read the thing on them, and it's like it's as big a tank as what can feasibly be made through energy. And then the next one, it's like with the larger ones, it's like with the discovery of Lubaric, we discovered we can in fact make them twice the size.
We can
and they're
bigger.
faster. It's like twice the size and faster.
We can do bigger. It's gonna be huge.
I'm about to discover flyers. You didn't need to do what you just did.
Nobody forced you.
No one made you. You have founded one city, and all of your other cities have been taken from others. More coal.
I don't
That's
see
how
what the
you
problem
sieve.
with that is.
That's how you sieve.
Coal and gold, although that land is a rocky, cold hellhole.
It is, but it got some good rocks in it.
They got some fish and some real shiny rocks.
They have a lighthouse too. It's fine.
I need to make some food real quick. I'll be back.
You can sprint back and forth like I had to do.
Look at all these lovely places that I need.
Those-
I need.
If you, I will point out, if you do all that, you're going to need more happiness, and you have some mercantile city-states near you, and they generate... So mercantile city-states not only give you unique luxury resources that only they can give you, and if you conquer them, you can't have them.
Which one are the mercantile ones?
The ones that should have, like, the triangle next to their names.
Like this?
Marrakesh. Like Marrakesh and Colombo, it's like, that's the trade symbol, the triangles with the dots on each end. But they give you things like porcelain and jewelry, which are luxury resources that you can't produce.
Do you want gold?
And just by making friends with them, they give you +3 happiness. And the luxury resource they give you is counted towards, if you get that social policy where you get more happiness from luxury resources, it counts towards that. And they give jewelry, so you can have one that gives you jewelry and one that gives you porcelain. So if you stay friends with them, you'll have enough happiness to do the expansion without your empire collapsing utterly.
I mean, I wouldn't like my empire to collapse horribly.
It would be nice if you didn't control all these islands and then rebels started spawning.
That would be uncool.
The Luddites come back.
I wouldn't appreciate that.
But now inside your borders instead of outside.
We're coming.
Open up that new coal vein. That rush for coal really started coming out.
Yeah, you could say that. I really like this island down here. I might lay claim to that.
Are you sure? Because if you look just north of that island is Venice. And I am currently assembling an army to conquer Venice.
I guess whoever gets there first, huh?
Oh, is that how you want to do it? Okay.
I like my position in the south away from you people.
It's just a little light war. No problem.
I'll have a colonial war with you over that island.
It is a nice island. That's fine. I just need more coal. All the coal in the known universe.
I'm going to make a worker to build a fortress in the frozen north to secure that little coal deposit I'm wanting. I'm going to build another city on that island to the west to get that coal, and then I'm going to conquer Venice, and then I'm going to take that island in the far south. So I got stuff. I got stuff I got to do. Oh, you fucker. I knew I had a ship somewhere. I'm not gonna just let you live.
Can't allow that.
How dare? How dare you threaten me this way? I'll need some more food, so build a farm over here.
And then I build a farm here.
I took this island and immediately started strip mining it.
It's what we do.
Industry. All the rock sludge.
It's doing nobody no good down there.
Exactly. All that rock sludge that comes up from excavating it, just throw it out into the ocean. It'll be fine.
Look at how much ocean there is.
Exactly.
We can't fill it if we tried.
It'll be so impossible to contaminate such a large body of water.
I'll be long dead and in the ground before any consequences.
It's been like 3,000 years.
I want them to put oil in my sarcophagus. You're about to have so much money because next turn you're gonna get a golden age. So you're fully gonna be making like 100 gold a turn here in a minute.
That'd be nice. I'd like that.
I like gold.
It's like having a mint, a bank, and a stock exchange inside your capital will be enough to fuel your entire economy because of the 2 gold mines. It's like, because that's like 3, 8, so that's 11, 22, 25, 50, 70, 80, 89. That's like 48 gold per turn out of those 2 gold mines with all those buildings built. From those 2 tiles.
Isn't that lovely?
Lots of money. You've been shot.
From the darkness.
Oh,
You got shooted.
it happens.
You know, you're running out of gold, so fuck you. You're poor.
I stole his wealth, and then by the time you people started thinking about taking his wealth, I had already taken it. I had already stolen his treasury.
You're
I would
poor.
like
Delicious butter noodles.
He saw one of William's soldiers, and then he built enough troops to put himself in debt. In retaliation.
I mean, gotta own the libs somehow.
I will point out, you're going to have a lot of Lubaric, but you don't actually know what to use it for yet.
Yeah.
What does this
Gotta be prepared.
This shock is real shiny, I don't know what it does.
Singapore? I know that place.
It's like, I recognize that.
Alright. We got those 2 working over there. We got you up there. We'll send one of you boys up here, and the other 2 can go over here.
You see what I meant, by the way, when I said our economies would fix themselves? How we were struggling not that long ago economically, and now we're just producing money.
Industry.
Lots of money.
The industry just fixed it.
Industry fixes everything.
How absolutely dare.
Industry made jobs, and jobs made money, and people are spending that money.
Mm-hmm.
All praise Daddy Musk.
So with this artillery, I probably don't need these troops anymore. Why are you
To
so
the
wrong?
moon.
Like, I stepped outside of my homeland for just a little bit, and all these fucking pirates are everywhere. It's a good thing I got this big balls navy to fix it.
I haven't had to deal with barbarians very much.
You had a very civilized
Let's
island.
go away.
We didn't all have a gigantic island all to ourselves.
I didn't. I had to kill.
I had to
Murder.
kill and murder.
There's blood on my hands.
Jordan worked for that island.
That he did.
Like, I had to make all civilization go away.
We'll be waiting for you.
Or industry. Coventry is just a land of fucking industry. It's like all nice and like varied over on my western side. You come over here, it's like, oh, there's just smog.
Is it always raining there in Pulius?
Oh, the rain, it burns! It's all that salt rain!
80 gold a turn.
I'm just imagining how painful it would be for salt to rain from the sky.
You saw all those open salt pits I have in my empire. I actually have some salt veins in the north of my main island that I have control over, but I don't have enough workers. They're too busy.
I just imagine the acid rain just eating away at people's skin and causing blisters and open wounds before they go into the salt mine.
Well, somebody's gotta go in the salt mine, so I mean...
It's like, someone's gotta go and it ain't gonna be me. Chairman of the board, king.
Like, I worked for my job.
These are 2 separate
I pulled
titles.
myself from
Way
my
up the
bootstraps.
ladder, so that means I don't gotta go into the salt mines.
These are 2 separate titles that are officially given to the same person electorally.
chairman of the board and king.
Oh, build more things. Malmo, you don't even have enough food to eat. Oh.
They are starving, my lord.
They'll be fine. Dude.
If you were to spend some of your coin, you could buy that fish land.
How dare you tell me to spend my coin?
Fish land.
Am I not your king?
Fishland, also known as the ocean.
What?
If I spent money, I wouldn't have money.
Are you trying to tell me that you know how to spend my money better?
Yet.
Wow.
That is really nice.
Everyone's just been scrambling for things so aggressively. It's like, oh, the Leaning Tower's still there.
Why not? I got nothing better to do here.
Free great person. I preferred Civ 4's great person system, where buildings just automatically generated great people instead of having to like have the slots for them. I preferred that. I don't like working for my great people. I just want them.
Give
them to me. Bring them here.
Kidnap them and bring them to me.
What do you want, Eric? You fuck. You fucking shit. I'm doing a lot of military movements now. Oh. Is everything fine? No, there we go. And like weirdly locked up for a bit there. Yeah, I had to buy a hospital for thousands of gold because I'm building loads of towns, and because we have that mod on, remember, towns eventually will consume the food.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to get all that shit set up. Get up there and build that fort and then build that goddamn mine right now.
You didn't hear that scream I made, did you?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's like, are you screaming?
It was very unflattering.
It's like sometimes I just scream.
Sometimes I feel like I gotta scream.
No, I opened my coffee pot and was not expecting boiling water to fling onto me, and then it did. It took me quite by surprise.
Yeah, boiling water tends to do that.
And it didn't really even like hurt me or anything. It just caught me off guard, and I screamed quite high-pitchedly and bad.
You felt your manhood leaving. You do a spin. a fear spin. You know, if you build that industrial park, Orlando would probably be the highest industry city on the planet.
Don't do it.
And then you would be the captain of industry.
I've got 2 fucking manufactories and an industrial park, and I feel like I deserve the highest production.
Deserves got nothing to do with it, boy. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Were you working on Big Ben? Anybody?
I am not, no.
You should take it before one of us do. Big Ben's one of the important wonders that will choose who wins.
In case you already had it going, wouldn't bother.
Like I said, I stole the Eiffel Tower before someone else could. I got the tech before you people did, and did it before any of you could make it. Just to be sure.
Do it.
Do it now.
Oh, machine guns hurt our wood ship.
Ooh, who knew? I thought the wood ship would last forever.
I thought it was the way of the future.
These wood ships are about to become terribly obsolete.
It's blah 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 blah.
William knows how to make battleships, but doesn't have the resources to make them. I'm about to learn how to make destroyers. So these wooden ships are about to become terribly backward. As we enter the World War I dreadnought eras, and it's like, I have a wooden ship of the line.
Well, eras are weird in general. Like I don't know what era we're in right now.
Well, we start off kind of like in the 1880s, and then we go into World War One times. We're like
it's weird.
with riflemen and Gatling guns. It's like we're in like the 1880s, and then we transition into the World War One timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But with weird.
So, the rapper who goes by the name of Lil Uzi Vert, he has placed a $24 million diamond in the middle of his forehead.
Oh, good.
Okay.
24 million?
Yes.
That's a large diamond.
It is a large diamond.
I have never heard of this man before in my life, but he can afford a $24 million diamond.
You don't know music at all.
I don't really care if you cry.
I don't even know what that is.
Fair enough.
Said.
But yeah, he makes a lot of money.
I know the old ways.
He was in Bad and Bougie. You
I
might
don't know
know
what
Bad
that.
and Bougie.
I don't know that either.
It was like whatever year it came out. I don't remember, but whatever year it came out, it was like the song of that year.
We got 30 to 100.
I know the old days, the old times.
I know the 50s.
Is Ray Charles still on the radio?
No.
I could sing every single one of his songs.
Very superstitious.
That's not Ray Charles.
I know it's not Ray Charles, but it's the same era.
That's a man who really wanted to be Ray Charles.
I need to buy more Doge.
I really don't think Dogecoin is gonna get like.
Oh,
big.
it's not. I put $10 in it just because I thought it'd be funny.
I don't like fuck billionaires and fuck hedge funds.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like this whole thing that's happened. It makes me nervous. I don't like it. Basic economy. It's like they have hastened GameStop's death. What they've done. Because now, it's like now that the stock value is so high, everyone's gonna sell, and that's happening. It's like the real like stockholders. It's like they're like, oh okay, and they're leaving. So whenever it's not fun anymore, and all the Redditors leave, it's like GameStop's gonna be dead. They killed it quicker. I mean, unless they're gonna consistently invest in it, but
I highly doubt that.
I don't know about that. The internet's not known for their retention and being able to maintain it.
Consistency is not a hallmark of the internet.
They can't hold. You gotta hold.
Stock market is definitely the long game.
So I don't like that. It's spooky. It's scary. At least it's like hedge funds and billionaires are evil and the devil, but at least I can understand their mind. I don't want to have to try to understand Reddit's mind.
No one should want to.
I don't think Reddit should have the
Reddit.
keys to our economy. That scares me.
I can agree with that.
It makes me nervous. I'm like, the government needs to, please. I want people who I can vote for to step in, please.
You mean you don't like a technology company being able to unilaterally do things that can affect the entirety of society without anyone else's input?
I don't like it one bit, no sir.
But it's their platform. They can do whatever they want.
As someone who doesn't even like Facebook and never participated in it, so the Russians don't have my information.
The Russians have all my information.
They absolutely have it.
They don't know who I am.
It'll be good when the Red Dawn comes.
I really, really would love factories in every city, and having difficulties doing that because of the whole coal problem. It's like all of us are like, I need that coal now, please. I haven't built any industrial parks or anything. I just have this huge ironclad fleet sucking it all away.
I wish I had a huge ironclad fleet that could suck all my coal away.
No, you have an industrial park that's sucking your coal away. I don't have that.
Alex would really like to have that industrial park.
So I need to discover destroyers so that I can upgrade all my ironclads to that, so that we can pivot away from taking all my coal away.
You gotta go. Oh, piss off.
You did so. It's a privateer, so you stole it.
Oh well, I thought that they were fine for a second.
No.
I didn't understand what just happened. I'm like, what?
So privateers have a special ability called prize ships, where they have a chance of taking the ships they defeat.
I've never seen such a thing in real life.
Oh, magical. So galleys can't
I've
enter
bought
the
it.
ocean,
Mm-hmm.
so they might be
I'm
trapped.
Well, they'll look around, I guess.
And it would also probably cost a lot of money to upgrade that, because I believe a galley is a barbarian unique unit, specific unit. So I think you'd have to upgrade it to a trireme, and then from a trireme to a caravel, and from a caravel to a privateer, and then from a privateer to a destroyer.
That's a lot of work. I could just delete them.
Yeah. If you manage to get them into your territory and delete them, you'll get a bit of coin out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See if there's a way back there first.
Make your way home so we can kill you. Come on now. Be quick about it.
Come on now, show us your binge.
Oh, Reddit.
Made me think of that for a minute.
One day you're breaking the world economy. The next you're arguing over who drags better, Roger or Pligley.
I don't like any of that. I don't like it when I don't understand people, because that has very negative connotation.
I feel like choosing not to understand Reddit is a smart choice.
It's like, but they have power, so you do need to try to understand them.
You people are squares.
Just jump
Hey,
in.
I don't
Just
like
immerse
it.
yourself in it.
They're chaos, and I don't like
That's what I
chaos.
did.
It is
I did it like
chaos.
9 years ago, and now I understand it.
And it's not even controlled
And then
chaos.
intuitive
Reddit
level.
is just chaos.
Well, there is order to it. What is most popular is what gets more popular. That's the gist of it.
I hate that a lot.
It is the epitome of the free market of ideas.
You just stabbed. You stabbed Alex.
And Jordan, you participate in that. And
I don't
you like that.
What subreddits do you people go to? I like go to games that I like, interesting things. I don't know what subreddits you people are on. That's like this insane creature you're seeing.
Well, I have you read the news?
I do.
It's like it doesn't matter if we're not. If it doesn't matter if we're not on those subreddits, they are there and they're affecting the world. It's like it doesn't matter if we're not on them. I'm seeing them and I'm not on them.
But in Reddit's defense, as much as I hate to defend Reddit, they did shut down r/Wall Street Bets, which is the subreddit that it was all happening through. And now they have been fractured into many different places.
But are they doing that for good reasons, or did they do it because some billionaires like you should do this?
I honestly don't know. I honestly think that they just saw that a certain hedge fund was shorting this stock, and they were like, let's make some money out of this.
Like shut it down so that in the same way that Robinhood did.
Yeah. Although I did watch some video. I watched a video explaining what happened with Robinhood and how the main reason that they had to shut all that stuff down is because the deals that take place through third-party platforms take like 2 days to go through. So when people just start up a new account and try to buy up a shitload of shit, and the company doesn't have the liquidity to handle 500,000 brand new accounts happening to try and buy the same stocks at the same time, they had to shut everything down.
The owner of hedge fund. I mean, the owner of
The owner of all the hedge funds.
The owner of Robinhood also owned one of the. The owner of Robinhood also owns one of the hedge funds that was the main to get hit by the GameStop.
Yeah,
fiasco.
it's definitely wrong and terrible, and I'm glad that Maxine Waters has vowed to bring the hammer.
I mean, listen, we got AOC, Ted Cruz, and Donald Trump Jr. all saying this is bad. If you get those kind of people together saying this should not happen,
we can all unite and understand that hedge funds are the worst and they can fuck off. It's like even the Trump organization's like, we would like for hedge funds to go away and stop because they've been betting we're gonna die for years.
They bet against us and we don't like that.
They bet against us all the time and we hate it.
I feel like this is a very racist KFC ad.
I remember when old Papa John was being a right old dick, and he tried saying that the Colonel was a racist, and KFC had to come out and they were like, actually, the Colonel was a major donator to the NAACP and stuff like that. It's like he just chose someone with Kentucky and said, well, you too, and it didn't even defend his position. He's just like, well, they did it, so what I did must have been fine, obviously.
This ad is just, it says, I hear you, I see you, and I stand with you, hashtag Black History Month, and it's just a piece of fried chicken. With a fist behind it. I'm just like, I don't know if that's
They
racist.
sell fried chicken.
I know,
I mean,
I'm looking at this, like, at first glance.
It's Black History Month, and they sell fried chicken. What are they going to do, not sell fried chicken?
During Black History Month?
It has to be probably their biggest month of the year.
I haven't had actual fried chicken in a while.
It's delicious.
It's been a minute. And I have a Popeyes right down the road.
I love Popeyes, like spicy mashed potatoes.
Yes, they do have the best. I really like their biscuits.
With their jalapenos.
I don't know why people give their biscuits so much flack, but I love their biscuits.
Their biscuits are fantastic, but they will dry out your mouth and they will force you to drink.
They do require a drink.
That's why you gotta get the sweet tea with it.
If you can eat a Popeyes biscuit with no drink, you're a special breed.
Where was I gonna send this guy? I built him, and I was like, where am I taking you? I don't know. I don't know where they were going. I sent them into the sea, and I don't know why.
Go build a city somewhere.
I don't know why I did that.
A whole bunch of butter noodles. It was delicious.
But fun fact about the Colonel. After he sold his recipe to the corporate overlords, and they started opening stores in his name, he would randomly stop by his stores and taste their goods and judge them. And the company hated it because even though the company bared his name, if they made the food incorrectly, he would not be kind. And he would tell everyone. He would tell the media. He was like, this KFC establishment in this town did the macaroni shit. It's shit, and I hate it. And they can't turn him away. He's the Colonel.
He is the Colonel.
He's the Colonel. They can't say don't come. And that was a thing he would do because when he opened his first restaurants, he made all the food. And so if he felt that the food that they had his name on didn't taste like his versions, then they were like him personally.
Understandably.
Because he's a Southerner and that's how they treat things. And so he would show up randomly at the restaurants and try things out, and if they didn't meet his approval, he would be hostile about it.
It's just a man who cares about his legacy.
He cared a lot. And he always wore the white suit. He had different versions of the white suit. He had one that was made thicker for the winter and one thinner for the summers, so that he would always be able to wear the white suit no matter what the weather conditions were. He didn't. No one told him to do that. He just did it because he knew branding, and he was like, "Oh."
I didn't even realize this was a real person.
Oh yeah, the Colonel. He's a real person, and
was a real person. He's quite dead.
Oh yeah, he's been dead for a long time. But
I just figured it was one of the many, just like a creation.
And when they have those ads, where it's like the Colonel's secret spices, like I don't remember, like 7 spices. That's real because he actually did make up his own recipe, and they're actually using his recipe.
13 herbs and spices.
Yeah, that one. they actually are using his ones, which is why KFC chicken does taste different than other fried chicken, because it's the kernels.
13
God
herbs
damn
and-
it!
13 herbs and spices, and 12 of them are public knowledge.
Oh, the third one's cocaine.
13th,
Uncut Kentucky cocaine.
that 13th one could be anything, but it is secret.
Made in a secret cocaine laboratory.
One
Deep in
spray.
Happy Hills.
In
It's
the backwoods of Kentucky.
one drop of the Colonel's blood, and it makes it that lip smacking goodness. They have to have
How you think McConnell's been around for so long?
they gotta find a descendant of the Colonel, and they have to get him in every year.
Like-
I have coal.
Oh,
Anyway,
My,
they have to get them in every year and then siphon them for the next year's
my
chicken harvest.
cousin worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken for a while.
Did they
and-
use the blood?
When he
Made
said,
in his blood.
and he said he knew like 12 of the spices because you have to make the chicken.
mhm.
So he knew like 12 of the spices, and there's one that it's just in a blank package.
Men in suits with suitcases handcuffed to their wrists.
Comes out. It has a large question mark on it.
Like the mix they have to put in the batter has it's blank.
It's that cocaine.
I
It's
can't
that
remember
good
what-
shit.
I can't remember what color. He told me what color it was, and I thought it was very suspect. Like he said, it was like a beige color.
Oh, it's heroin. It's uncut heroin. Heroin's a tan beige
It's worse
color.
than what we thought it was.
It's worse than we could have thought. It's why I need to sleep after I eat the Colonel's chicken. You're the first person to discover Krakatoa. None of us have found that.
Krakatoa!
It's real far away from you people.
Krakatoa nearly destroyed the world.
Yeah, you should probably take that island before one of us try to.
It's very fairly far away from you people.
That means nothing. That means absolutely.
Well, you
William's reaching on an island that's clearly in my sphere of influence all the way across the world, so.
Listen, it's on fucking mine.
Krakatoa no longer.
That's why, that's the attitude you need to have whenever William and I, it's like, well, I guess we'll see who gets it.
It's mine. That's
Krakatoa,
how it works.
I have.
Krakatoa,
People don't even know this exists. You are.
Krakatoa is gone. It blew up.
Well, not yet. It hasn't.
I see it right.
No, Krakatoa itself is gone. It's a not Krakatoa.
Who made he made it. He made Big Ben.
He has a lot of wonders.
Yeah, that means that I'm furthering my stance that you can't take Eric, because if you do, it'll start tilting things in your favor too hard.
I mean, you can, William. They will
You
not sit there
can.
quietly.
But I will intervene. I will have to intervene. Also, you do currently have the Captain of Industry title.
Yay, just barely. But I do have it.
I should be laughing at this meme. It should make me laugh, but it hurts me.
Do you love competition?
I love production.
Saying the Marines are excited because a new blue pigment is being made into a crayon.
Lol.
I should be able to laugh at Marines now, but it hurts me. The programming is not gone.
I don't like the programming.
There's programming. Oh, there is programming.
Yeah, I know. I told you about all of that stuff before you joined.
My manager used to be in the Navy, so I mean most of the people I work with are veterans. And I remember he thought I was asleep at work. I was not. I have witnesses that told me I should go to the union and have him reprimanded for assuming I was sleeping on the job. But anyway, he thought I was asleep. And so he didn't come by and like check on me. He didn't say like, "Hey," or like see if I was asleep. He just yelled at me to stand up, and everyone I was sitting with stood up because that was just something that happened in the military. If they caught you asleep, they would just yell at you and say, "Stand up."
Mm-hmm.
And we all stood up. And we all realized we're not as well transitioned as we thought we were.
I can't stress harder how antithetical that is to me. If someone yelled for me to stand up, it's like I slowly turn my head towards them with like fires burning in my eyes.
They definitely a lot of people were telling me I should have gone to the union. I was waiting to see if he actually put in some sort of paperwork to reprimand, like to say I was disciplined about it. If he had done that, I would have definitely went to the union and been like, hey, this is bullshit. Fix it. Use your mob powers to fix it.
I'm going to have an industrial park now.
You guys should have some labor unions in your empires.
Hey, what the fuck did you just say?
I got scared.
What
My heart
shit-
raced at that
What
thought.
shit dribbled out of your mouth?
You must be confused.
You should build up the labor unions. Empower your workers.
I believe we have trade unions.
Yeah, right.
We have some trade unions because we need the toll roads.
The workers unite.
They will not unite and they will not rise.
We will put them down violently.
We'll put them down and we will not compromise.
We will throw their bodies in incinerators to power our engines.
You know, the Pinkertons are quite successful this time of year.
Come Muscovites, the workers unite. Form a perfect regime of peace and love.
I'm gonna take this
Why?
horrible cold island.
Why are those stupid Luddites doing that? Why does that make me so angry?
I'm about to
It's
fix
all they
it.
do.
I'm sending people to fix that problem.
They built full-on warships in a lake.
They just sit there.
It's like I'm coming.
That made me so much angrier than it should have. But wow, that made me really angry.
It's very irrational. It's fine. I'm sending troops. I'm fixing it.
Oh, he's making Stonehenge now.
Yeah, he's gonna make that in like 2 turns because they're running out. I'll warn you. Okay, so now when it comes to the wonders, the active wonders, so it was Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower. I think the Louvre is one of them. So if you don't have any of the main world wonders for like League of Empires points, you may need to build the Louvre before one of us do. You also need an industrial park. You still don't have a hospital.
Stop, look, just go away.
You probably should have a more powerful navy if you're going to try to claim all of these islands. That's what
So many ads for Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Get Firefox,
Adblocker.
and then
Get
put
it.
uBlock on.
Oh, I'm on my
and
phone.
then
That's why I'm still seeing.
You can do that. Actually, no, you have an Apple phone, don't you?
Yeah, no, I can't get Firefox.
Yeah, you can't do that. Well, no, you can get Firefox, but they won't let uBlock be installed on an Apple phone.
I wonder why.
Because they're evil. But on Safari,
I know Apple's evil.
if you're using Safari on your phone, you can get oh, speaking of Stellaris, it apparently is on sale according to my phone. But you can get there's an ad blocker I got for Safari as well. That works pretty well. I use it on my iPad.
I have an ad blocker on my phone that I use as well. It works pretty good.
I absolutely hate Apple, and the only reason I have an iPhone is because it was free.
I have an iPad because before I had a computer, that was my main internet surfing thing I did.
I only have this iPhone because I got it for free. If I refuse to buy an Apple phone myself.
I have a lovely smartphone that works, which is nice. I have a phone that works, which is
I
new.
miss my Samsung so much.
If it was up to me, I would still have a flip phone because I like them.
I really like having this.
And I don't need a smartphone. I use the internet on it now because I can and it works. But if it was taken away from me, it wouldn't bother me.
I mean, no, it wouldn't. But I do enjoy having a smartphone.
I like
I've had
having
mine for so long that I wouldn't. I'd be
your
naked.
hands would you would clench your hands like you would in the motion of holding it, even though it's not there.
It would be there. It's like where am I?
I have a phone that works, that's good. That's good for me.
It doesn't just randomly turn off when you're texting somebody.
Yeah, it texts. It does it. I say, hey, I want to do a text, and it just works. I just turn on the text and I start typing, and then I send it and it sends.
What
So I'm
amazing technology.
like
Right.
double thumbs up. It's marvel of science.
Did you not have a phone
Nope.
that did that for a
Nope.
while?
Nope. For years and years and years. So much so that it actually started hurting my working. When I was working, I'd get calls from my boss and just wouldn't go through, and things like that. But yeah, my father started having the same thing where he started not being able to contact people in his job, stuff like that. And it's like, what do you need new phones? And Verizon at the same time was wanting to charge us a king's ransom for the privilege of using their service. And so we left them, and it was a very good decision. Yeah. Our phone bill's like half of what it was before.
Yay.
Fuck Verizon. They won't be sponsoring you.
I have a feeling a lot of people don't want to be, don't want to sponsor this kind of content.
I left them, and I'm never coming back.
I currently have Verizon, and
I don't think we can get
Leave and run.
I have Verizon phone and internet.
Look at that coal. Look at it in your veins. You can make an industrial park in every city. You can have a factory and industrial park in every single city. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So of the cities you have right now, you can consume 15 coal just for industrial purposes and still have enough to be able to make the battleships and everything.
I want a cheeseburger really bad.
I thought you were eating butter noodles.
I did. I already ate them.
Oh, you pat your stomach. It's like, I'm so full. I want a burger.
It's a great palate cleanser.
I hunger.
I need to have my after meal burger. My post meal burger.
Do we not all have that? I just heat mine up in the microwave usually.
What am
I
I,
do
some
enjoy
fucking
eating.
barbarian? You get up in the morning, you have some cinnamon toast crunch with some milk, and then you eat the burger. You eat the burger after the meal. And get yourself ready for the day. Have cinnamon toast crunch and hot cup of coffee. And then you have a burger extra onions.
And then afterward,
you go off to work.
And once you get to work, you have to go to the vomitorium.
You go to work, and then for lunch you have peanut butter and jelly burger. And you have a burger.
I've had a peanut butter and jelly burger before. It's delicious.
SpongeBob has made me intentionally interested in the idea of putting jelly on a burger.
No, it's really fucking good.
I've thought about it because they have that episode where
there's a place in Yuma, Arizona called Burgers and Beer, and you can buy a PB&J burger. And for the longest time, I said that's stupid. Why would you do that?
It probably tastes delicious because burgers are salty.
I ate it and it was so fucking good.
There's actually a place in Carbondale that you can get that sort of thing, and S&B's if you've ever been there.
Yeah, I know. I've heard.
It's exactly like like peanut butter and jelly with bacon, the Elvish special. It's salty, so it goes well together.
I know you were saying Elvis special, but I heard Elvish.
I also heard elf.
The elves with their bacon and jellies. How do they keep their thin figure eating bacon and jelly?
that elven magic.
Their dark elvish magic that allows such things. Don't you people even consider stealing this settler? I will kill so hard.
They want it.
We got the guns loaded.
They're salivating because they're just standing there.
I've already used up all the coal I got. I activated the same ability you have activated. I've already used all the coal it gave me just now. That was like a turn ago. As you can see with all my cities, I'm producing all the industry one can produce.
Need more coal.
Need more coal.
Need black rock.
Black gold.
I'm gonna have it to where all my cities have enough industry that I can the motherland can call if I have a bad enough war.
We can maybe get around here.
You need to outproduce him.
Okay.
You have no forests around Orland that you can chop down to get production boost.
Yes, I do.
You have jungles. They won't give you production. Oh no, you have some forest next there, right there.
Like, it's fine.
Chop them apart.
So there's not you.
Devastate them.
Don't need that. Fuck
If
that.
you want, I can look into Orland for you, and I can maximize your production.
Can you fix?
I fix. This is temporary. I see the starvation.
They're like, ah! They're screaming.
We want this.
Screams and starving.
This. We need that, so they shut up. This and that. And do you have a hospital built yet? No. So when you do, the food will be fixed. Okay. I upped the production by like 10 points.
Ooh.
I took my hands and I squeezed it.
That's all you gotta do. You just gotta squeeze. Oh, I can just make it everywhere.
Yeah, every city with a factory can make an industrial park.
Mm.
It just costs it cost 4 gold in upkeep, and it cost 2 coal.
I got the gold and I got the coal. Okay.
You watch out now, because when your golden age ends, that upkeep can slap you right in the back of the head.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta go back here. I hate him.
If you
I hate him.
go to his go to your spy menu, and go push view on the spy that's doing that. Okay, so he has 10 turns. It'll take him 10 turns to build the lube. You'll build it before he's done.
Okay. Good.
As long as he doesn't generate a great engineer to rush it, you'll beat him.
Unless I change my production.
Shush.
Unless everyone just now decides they're going to try to build the Louvre.
I mean, I did have a city that said they wanted me to build the Louvre.
If you could all shut up and not.
You can all fuck off.
I want nice
Poor Jordan.
things. I've had like 2 nice things taken away from me.
I need silver and gold. Silver
You decided
and
to start
gold.
building wonders after everyone else in the world started building wonders.
They're so far down the menu, I forget about them.
They want a road.
I'm building a road.
See, you don't even have roads. You don't need a Louvre.
Look.
You don't even have a road.
No road, no Louvre.
But they want the pretty paintings.
Now listen here, you little shit. My people don't need roads in order to appreciate good art.
The stage.
We don't need.
The stage is now set for any of us to potentially accidentally start a huge war. I want to point out he's sending more and more things.
That movie's like 40 years old, man.
That looks so delicious.
Oh, okay, he's coming. He's coming, and you don't. Your military is spread all over creation.
I don't like that at all.
Someone made
he's
mozzarella
here.
sticks out of
He's
potatoes.
knocking on your door.
I don't like it.
I mean, the same thing goes the other way. If he went to war with you and it went really well, intervene.
Oh!
Because the balance of power.
He
It
wants
must
to
be
touch
maintained.
you. He wants to touch you.
Power must
Yeah,
remain
with that-
balanced.
That's when you send the ship over there and you see there's even more behind it.
He wants to touch you, William. He wants to touch you so hard.
He might just be probing.
He's just a 3.
He wants
Checking my reaction.
That would be enough to take Malmo, but if he focused straight up, 3 land ironclads versus your 2, he would be able to win that engagement, and then you'd have no ironclads in the field. It'd be devastating.
That'd be bad.
That would be quite bad. But I don't think he'll do it.
Did you kill them? Okay, they didn't kill them.
I think you should stop underestimating your enemy and just crush them.
You better not send those fucking settlers into the sea.
They're gonna do it. They take them and then say, "Go drown yourself." I must.
The civilian was captured by barbarians.
I already have troops. fixing.
I guess we're
Give me
barbarians
whatever.
then.
I was just thinking. It's like,
Give me whatever money you have.
I was just thinking that.
I got to him first. We need more
my.
factories.
That was some expensive salt.
There has been a request to have Trump testify under oath next week.
It was through the house, so it doesn't matter.
Oh.
It's still nice though.
It's nice that they care.
It's nice that they want to put him on record. I wanted that 4 years ago.
But you know. The slow motion trolley coming, and all we can do is just scream at somebody to pull the lever.
Open
Pull
prank.
the lever!
Please pull the lever and just make it stop. And they're like, but should we? Should we?
But I don't think we need to pull this lever quite yet. I think
Pull
we
the
need
lever,
to
Trump.
see how this goes.
Nobody
lever,
has
Trump.
pulled the lever in the past, so should we really do it now?
Crunk, pull the lever.
Eartha Kitt.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Wrong lever.
I don't wanna be alone. Where is my baby? Bum 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 bum. That's Eartha Kitt.
The first time I ever heard of Eartha Kitt was through a Fairly Odd Parents episode.
That's because she's awesome, you see, and she was taken from us by Lyndon Johnson. I'm not kidding.
What?
Eartha Kitt, she's the voice of Yzma. Is what you swine. know. But she's a wonderfully talented, wonderful singer, actress, and comedian, and she attended a White House party in 1960 something. And it was during Vietnam, and she was talking with Lady Bird Johnson. And Lady Bird Johnson said something, I don't remember what. It was something flippant about the protests against the Vietnam War or something. And Eartha Kitt went off on Lady Bird and made Lady Bird Johnson cry. And then Lyndon Johnson brought the hammer down on her. Lyndon Johnson had her blacklisted. This is before Watergate, so this is back when the president had unlimited power over the CIA and stuff like that. And they harassed her and stalked her and had her blacklisted. She ended up leaving the country, and her career was ruined.
Yay.
And she didn't have a revival until the 80s. When she released songs like "There Is My Baby."
I don't like all these land ironclads right next to my city.
Yeah, I would also point out. I said, well, they don't have any artillery, and then behind them I saw artillery shipping in. So they're coming. They're coming.
But I did see them have troops way over this way earlier, so they could just be sending expeditionary forces out. I don't know.
Maybe it's not an invasion. I bet you if you ask your foreign advisor, they'll mention it.
They want to touch you.
That's...
They want to touch you.
That's
so
the triangle.
Yeah.
Interesting. We have seen Uric Empire moving units near our borders.
They
What do you have to say?
So that's the AI is And your military advisors, we are defenseless! You built all these fucking settlers!
You know, we needed this coal. And
if you had those battleships right around now.
I would love to have this coal so I could make more.
We don't know where the Eric's ironclads are, and you have Nary 1 somewhere else.
Fine.
And if they have them there, all of those cities are port cities, and they could just come in and take them, and there'd be literally nothing you can do about it but watch.
It's totally fine.
Not.
I absolutely have faith that they will not attack my territory.
You shouldn't.
Well, I'm not going to defend your extra colonies, but if they invade your homeland, I will intervene.
You know, I'd appreciate that.
Because that's dangerous for me.
Balance of power and such.
You need to fix. You need to hammer and fix.
Ah, they're mine, you fucking cunt bastards. Skin them.
Worst.
What happened?
Worst.
I liberated my people.
Oh, okay.
Sending larger and larger expeditionary force over there to deal with the fucking Luddites. 1, 2, 3. I should buy that. There we go. I have 8 coal total with and so far 4 coal is being used for industry and 4 coal is being used for my navy.
Oh yeah.
Coal. You should eradicate them.
What's Orlin feel about the upcoming war?
What do you mean?
It's like, how do you feel about it? If the Eric conquered a significant part of Vedria, that's really close to you, actually.
How do I feel about it?
How do you feel about it?
Advisors, how do you feel about this?
Additional information. How do I feel?
If the conflict over the Vedrian colony spirals into a global conflict, where are you going to stand in it?
I want to point out that you're the economic advisor is a very low neckline. She's just like,
Don't worry about it.
She's like, we got all the money we fucking need.
She's like, she takes her glasses off and like whips her hair. It's like, we got all the money we ever need. Don't even worry about it.
No, I've been noticing some irregularities in the accounts. Looks like someone's embezzling. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
She just lowers her neckline. Don't worry about it.
By the way, one of the things the Louvre does is it generates 2 great artists. So you need to figure out what you're gonna end up doing with them, because Culture Bomb isn't a thing anymore. They took that away.
That was so nice.
Yes, they took that away in the update. In the well, not the update, the DLC. That should have been an update.
DLC. Oh, make it now.
Gods and Kings, I will tell you, Sam, is actually superior to the vanilla game. The only reason I never got it was because of political reasons. But like the changes they made in Gods and Kings are like all positive. It's Brave New World that can go fuck itself. What are
They're
they
just
doing?
kind of running through.
What if they're gonna invade your capital? They
Well,
could take it. It only has a strength of 65. Those land ironclads have a strength of 60. So if they focused all of them and they had at least 1 artillery piece, they could take the capital. They could take the capital. We all panic. Everyone panic.
It's fine. We've got reinforcements. We can
Should we
move
launch a
things
preemptive
around.
strike, my lord?
Theoretically, we could probably take Essen in like a turn and force some conciliatory demands on them. But I have faith that we will not go to war.
There will be peace in
There will be peace in our time.
We will go to war.
You need war roads.
You need to go to war.
We only just settled the town.
You need to commit genocide.
That's no one was mentioning that.
It's a little early for that.
You
Anyone
have
who
to.
I don't. Early.
Anyone who
It's
looks
already happened
remotely
over
Uric
Orlin.
needs to
That's a
die.
long time ago.
You have
Anyone who's
to-
remotely Uric needs to die. Just mass executions. Witch
I
hunts.
oppose that.
Witch hunts.
There's gold
Like,
here.
you have a fucking straight up lunatic advisor.
I
It's like,
don't-
we need to launch. I think witch hunt.
We should just execute.
Oh,
I
John
think we should
Bolton,
have
is that
witch
you?
I don't know how he got in the advisor position.
Witch hunt. They're a great idea.
I think we should go to war with Iran. Is there a reason? They exist and they have oil. Next turn, a war has been declared.
Oh, has it?
No, not yet.
There's just
Damn it.
rising tensions.
They need to rise faster. There
Like,
needs to
damn
be-
it, I love war.
There needs to be war. It is entertaining.
A rook is really cutting it kind of close.
There's a lot of harumps going on. It might happen.
Those harumps need to become gunfire right now.
Well, that is, supposed to be a worst case scenario.
No,
Well,
no,
if the
that's-
world can just like calm down for 4 more turns before I can finish my industrial park, that'd be nice.
No,
I'd like to finish that first.
War.
I'm the only one of us. I think I'm the only one who has a capital that doesn't have an industrial park yet. So I need that to get done first.
What
So
is
everyone
it?
just chill out.
Absolutely something.
You have so much coal. Would you like to share?
Not enough death happening.
I want it all, and for nobody to have any.
But you have so much.
There needs to be
I'm
more death.
gonna need it all, though.
You need to make it all. Make it all. Do you have the social policy? You do, don't you? You have planned economy that makes it to where you have double. You definitely do because you got the double resources, so you had to add it. So yeah, with that's the policy where you need to have a factory in every city. Regardless of how small the city is, it needs to have a factory in it.
I love having 3-day weekends. It's so nice. What the fuck? What was that?
I think it was his father.
Yeah. Oh, they're. Oh. I don't
I
like
do love having
this.
3-day weekends, though. Every other week I get a 3-day weekend, and it's so wonderful.
I really don't like this.
Wouldn't that nice for you?
You don't like this whole thing of them just going past any defenses you may have. And you have no control over that sea strait.
They're gonna touch you so hard.
And even so, whenever a ship is, whenever a land unit's on at sea, they have their like strength halved. So even at half, their strength will still be higher than that privateer, which they're not going to do damage back to the privateer really, but you'll have to hit them multiple times to really sink them with a privateer.
Yay.
You need ironclads and stuff.
You're telling me I need more war vessels.
Yeah.
Well, good thing I have my.
The person with the most powerful navy is looking at the person with the weakest navy. It's like you need to fix this.
Well, once I get this coal, that'll be nice.
4 more turns, we're working. They're dynamiting as much as they can.
And they're building a road right here.
I wanted to invade Venice, and now I have to be ready to potentially intervene in a big war.
We're just gonna keep building this road and pretending like there's no tension here.
Your bullshit's in the way of my imperialism.
Well, it's not my fault that Uruk decided that they were gonna walk right up to my borders.
I think it was.
You did settle colonies all over the continent they live on.
I was way far away from them. It's like
You
fucking
did do
Canada
that.
looking
If
at...
they did that to you, you would say it was a horrible crime that should be immediately punished with swift vengeance.
Yeah, but they're not me. Okay?
I still need to get that post-meal burger, but I have my coffee.
I need the extra calories.
I gotta get that food after I get my food.
I think I will run
This
and grab some water
fucking
real quick.
cube.
I'm
I
eating
hate
an
it.
apple, but it's just not enough.
That. Me and Orlin have the highest total manufacturing. I have the world's largest military. William has the smallest. All 3 of us are in the top slots in different places.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
I need these industrial parks done. Once I have to build that fort up there, once it's finished in like another 10 fucking turns, I'll be able to build that another coal mine, open that up there. I have this colony of Oxford settled. I'll be able to open a coal mine over there.
That's such a British sounding thing to say. I'll have a coal mine here. And another one there.
My entire foreign policy right now is generated around where can I increase my coal input.
Make it faster.
I know you and I both are like, the world might blow up into war, and you and I are both stuck in a. Ooh, he increased his production.
I know.
You're only one turn ahead of him.
He really wants it.
It's a race.
Tear it down now.
Tear it out and take your nails into the wood.
Get your nails into the fucking ground and rip those trees out. Your CEO demands. Oh, good. That forest's been cleared for industry.
For industry. Just passing through.
You know those one of that hill islands north of Espoo?
This one?
That'd be a very good place to put a fort at and have an artillery piece stationed on. That would give you artillery control over that bay.
I was thinking about having something up there. I just hadn't decided what I wanted to do.
That hill would be the best one because the hill will give a plus 25% defensive bonus on top of the 50% the fort would give. It'd be best if you can find an island that has a hill with a forest on it, because when you build a fort, you don't cut down the forest.
Ooh.
And so you'd have the 25% from the forest, 25% from the hill, and the 50% from the fort.
It's a powerful island.
Yeah, since it's a single island, that means the units have to attack you from the sea, which means unless they have the amphibious promotion, they're going to have their strength halved. So even a lowly artillery gun with a low strength would be able to hold its own for a while and be able to fire back and cause vicious hell upon the units at sea.
They just need the one turn.
That apple was delicious. Now to order my burger.
You had butter noodles and apple, now you're like, oh, I need a burger to satisfy.
I had the thought of a burger earlier and I can't let go.
It entered my mind. If the big war could just be held off for like another 2 turns, then your ironclad can use that canal you painstakingly built.
It's just gotta get there.
Move. You gotta do the move.
They have the movement bonus too. They just need more.
You need to just blow all their stuff up.
I finally circumnavigated the globe at least. I just look out my window every day and just see people walking by. Very interesting. One of them city things.
Are you in prison?
I mean, I'm on lockdown.
Sounded
in the
like
middle
something
of a
that
city.
Nelson Mandela would write in a fucking journal.
Free walking
I
by.
see them walking, so happy.
I see them walking as though they have no way of knowing what it's like to not be able to do the simple things in life. But yeah,
Yep, 3 and 4, so it's a 1 turn difference.
they
And you know
really
what?
want
He's gonna
that
get a
move.
big boost of cash, which you could potentially use to buy a unit.
Ooh.
Sorry about that, but I ain't
But
stopping.
that's the way the cookie crumbled.
It's just how it goes.
Thought they
This
were
galley
already
has
married.
been on such a journey.
I thought Jess already married to Tanner. I thought that happened a long time ago.
That's so bizarre to me because I was friends with his brother Brandon. He was a very close childhood friend to me, and I remember when he was a wee babe.
Way
I'm
back in the day.
I'm an old fool.
I called him Milky all through high school.
That's weird.
I played Magic
But,
with him a lot.
Oh, he forced himself to lactate, and ever since that day, I called him Milky.
I don't throw him in the
Let's
trash.
move on to another conversation.
That's some
How do you feel about the weather?
Well, the weather here is actually much nicer. It finally stops snowing all the time.
The weather here is being a bit scary. It's like raining, and then there's like occasional like really powerful gusts of wind I hear outside.
I don't like that because whatever weather you guys get always comes my way within like a day or two.
It's it gets real calm, and then suddenly it's like I can hear like the fucking roof moving, and
I don't know what it's doing.
yeah, it comes and goes.
Oh, I live on the top floor of my apartment, so I hate those horrible gale force winds because they shake the whole fucking building.
When I was in college, I lived on the 7th floor.
Oh my!
Over in Carbondale. That's where I lived the first 2 years.
I would rather live in an actual sewer than a dorm
Speaking of-
personally. Like if they gave me a private room like on the side of a sewer, I would live there.
Speaking of terrible things happening in cities, William, have you had to experience a good earthquake yet?
No, not yet. I've been dreading it.
You've been in California for 5 minutes and haven't had an earthquake? You what?
Whoa.
There's always one on the way.
I know that I've probably felt one or two, but I've just kind of mistook it for, the fact that planes fly above my apartment every day. So
I'm not talking a tremor. I'm talking a good, like, at least 5.
Those Californias.
Well, I mean, you can't even feel it until it gets, like, about a 4. So, I mean, you don't even really know that it's an earthquake until it's, like, a 5.
Oh, but you don't live in downtown San Diego anymore. That would have been terrifying for you.
No, right now I do.
Literally, the buildings literally sway like trees.
Thanks. I'm leaving downtown in, like...
If they don't sway, then that's bad.
Yeah, that is true.
No, and you know that. You know that looking at it, but seeing it, you're just like, oh, God.
It's so unnerving seeing it happen. It's like, oh.
The concrete jungle is swaying.
The buildings don't move. They stay where they were put.
The FDR said the building needs to be here, and it's here, and it doesn't move.
FDR put it here decades ago, and it's been there.
They tend to be very solid structures.
We got like one earthquake that one time, years and years ago, and
Yeah, I remember that.
It was like a nothing. It was absolute nothing, but everybody talked about it.
It made a couple of my lamps in my living room fall.
There was a pretty decent one in Yuma. Well, it wasn't in Yuma. It actually happened in California. It was right before you moved out there, William.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so big that we felt it in Yuma, Arizona. I remember just like sitting there playing video games, and all of a sudden, like my whole apartment was shaking. I was like, "What's going on?"
I remember when the earthquake happened here. I was sitting in my living room, and I was like, my TV started going back and forth, and I was like, "Whoa!" And then I stood up and realized that all of my tables were shaking, and rather aggressively. I just sort of stood up and I was like, "Oh, this is happening."
Yeah, the San Andreas fault is quite close to everything in southern Illinois. It is a thing.
The New Madrid fault.
Yeah,
that's the one, not the San Andreas.
Yeah,
I got the San Andreas, but yeah, the New Madrid fault, that is very active in that area. And,
oh yeah.
I've read the things where it's like we'll get a big one eventually.
Never happened.
We'll get a real big one, and in St. Louis we'll be like it'll like there's a sinkhole and it'll close up. The Mississippi will close up
and go away.
And the Mississippi will turn into 2 rivers.
That would be something. I'd pay to see that. I'd buy tickets to that. I'd just watch it happen.
Millions die. I would love to see
The arch falls over and becomes a bridge.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is how the world ends.
Maybe you mobilizing your troops around Espu made them realize that they needed to stop.
I feel like they might have just been passing through.
I think they were going to invade you and they were looking for a nice target. Because in my experience, the AI in this scenario are very opportunistic and very aggressive. So I feel that they looked at your military, felt that you weren't quite up to snuff, and they were going to see what they can take.
And I said, fuck off.
You put your troops over there, but I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to tell you now, as a person who's experienced in the scenario, you need to up your military because that
Kill
they
them
now
before they can kill you.
they now smell blood.
Kill them before they can kill you.
It's like the Dalmise with Jordan because they were asking us like, hey, you want to intervene?
That's what, that's
Kill
what they
them
were
right
doing.
now, William.
My stuff.
Attack. Attack, William.
Unlimited attack, of course.
Oh,
Attack.
I just,
Attack.
I worry.
Attack!
I worry what could happen if I attack.
This is not the time to worry. This is the time to attack.
I don't have enough coal to attack yet.
Attack!
I think you got like 2 more turns before that next coal mine's open. You're gonna have a weird situation because of the way you researched your tech, in that you're gonna have straight up battleships and then wooden ships.
Yay.
Is that a Luddite?
Oh no, that's one of your ships. I thought a Luddite was gonna open fire on your oil rigs.
We don't need that.
We're here for your oil. It's the new technology.
Can't
The
have.
Luddites sail by and they just reach out from the side of their boats and like put their
They
hand in the
put a
oil.
fucking straw down in the oil and just send it out.
Yeah. Like, you can't have it. Build a big wall so they can't come in.
It'll work. We swear.
10 feet.
Line it with artillery guns.
That will work.
We do need more artillery.
You need everything, William. How dare you not? How dare you let them walk all over you like that?
Excuse you. No one
So
is
you
walking
have
all
you have
over me.
8 laboric. Once you get the double resources, you'll have 16. So you can end up having 16 of the land leviathans later.
Would be nice.
And
So that means that we're all gonna need to develop a lot of fucking airships to counter that bullshit.
And guess who has the advantage on airships?
Me. And also the Eric, because they have that +2 bonus. I have the aluminum production for it. Well, the Ethereum production for it.
you're not attacking, William.
I need to assemble an expeditionary force.
I am firing you as my advisor, Sam.
Not attacking, William.
Oh, the
He
force
just
almost
does the
ready.
same thing over and over.
Attack.
He's like the fucking space cube.
Attack.
Money.
Bad that I want a sitting vice president to just walk into the Senate and say, I am the Senate.
I don't think that would work.
That's what
very
we were
well.
saying she should do.
Yes.
Like before.
He got one. I was like, well, that's what this is.
We had like a whole thing set up. Okay, you built the Louvre. You built it before they did.
It's fine. It's fine. They now have lots of money to do stuff with, but that's not my problem.
Yeah, they probably literally got 1,000 gold dumped in their lap because the Louvre is one of the more expensive
That's
wonders,
something.
and they had like 1 turn left on it. That means they had 1 turn left on it when you finished it.
It's really weird being so behind you guys because I'm watching the stream on Twitch and it's really weird hearing you talk about things that aren't happening on the screen.
Who's this?
It's all synced up whenever because you're hearing the Discord stuff. So on the VOD, it's all correct.
No, yeah, I know that. I'm just saying I'm talking to you guys on Discord just watching the stream and it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And when you said that he built the Louvre, I was like, oh, I'm very behind.
You can always use the Twitch chat to communicate with us.
This is true.
Colombo?
Colombo.
I don't know how to write.
I hate typing.
I didn't learn.
Oh, look at all those artists.
I hate doing the typing.
They can make the
Bartolomé de
landmarks,
las
and you do
Casas.
have open land to build those landmarks in.
Got it in here.
Speaking of that, what are your guys'
Yeah.
names on Parsec? I should probably add you people.
I don't know if that's
Mine-
something that
my
we should
name
be
is the
saying.
obvious.
I don't know if that's something we should be saying on national
My
television.
password is password1234.
I just
My password is my social security number plus my date of birth. So.
Security is 1234567.
Good on you for remembering that's a 9-digit number, because anytime anything asks me my social security number, I have no fucking idea. I remember when I went to the hospital because of that tooth pain, where it got so bad I had to go to the hospital. I was like, "Fix, do something, give me something, do something, do something now.
Drugs.
I don't care what the bill is, give me something." And they were asking my social security number, and I was like, I don't know. And I don't like to bring my card around.
I sent Alex a friend request.
I don't like to bring my card around with me because it's 20 years old. It's a 20-year-old card, and I don't trust that it will be in one piece if it stays in my wallet.
Same. Mine is like about to fall apart.
Mine has like some tears in it and stuff.
William, what is your name on Parsec?
Off the top of my head, I don't even fucking remember.
Hate you.
We'll have to figure it out later.
We can do this when we're not streaming our information to the void.
Now.
Well,
He's
you don't
very
have to.
inopportune.
I am. Do it live.
No.
But yeah, they were asking my social security card. And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, I made my kids memorize all theirs. And I was like, oh, do you have any idea how many passwords I need to know? It's like, off the top of my head, I have a piece of paper that I have all my passwords written on. Off the top of my head, I know there's at least 20 of them written on there.
That's a lot.
It's like, I don't know what my social security number fucking is. I only know my phone number. I gave up on all other numbers.
I hate that I was asked to sign it 1,000 years ago because it looks like a fucking moron signed it.
My
It's
mother
like a little child trying to sign cursive, and it just looks ridiculous.
I need to get a different one because my mother just printed our names on our social security cards, and she shouldn't have done that. It's like, theoretically, if someone was to compare the signatures, they'd be like, "Hey, now." So I need to get.
To the signature of when I was like 6. It ain't gonna happen.
And
My signature is like barely even my name at all. I see a J, and then the rest is just crazy scribble.
That's my signature now. So it might work out for me.
am I going to take Venice?
You've been talking about it for a long time.
You have.
I think my expeditionary force is ready. We're going to take Venice. Everyone, get ready. It's time to take Venice.
Time to kill. Attack.
Send the expeditionary force.
Give Seth what he desires.
Get the fleet ready. We come for the coal.
You have it and we want it.
Give unto Caesar his coal.
Give them now.
Render unto
I want to
Caesar
make
what
the
is
difference in
Caesar's.
the dimension.
We need more money, so give us your coal. We need to make more coinage.
Stamps charcoal. It's the 50-cent chit, essentially.
How are you going to do that, by the way? Are you going to let us make our own denominations, or are you going to do, like, American dollar denominations for the chits? In the Starred War.
I just assumed that everything would be worked off of credits, and I just kind of was planning on basing the amount of money that I allotted you people based off of the prices of things that you may likely need.
It'd be much easier if what I was suggesting is that you have us, like, we can transfer the amount of credits we have into a chit and make it to where we could probably make it whatever number we want as long as it's divisible by 10. And you just treat it like a trade resource. That would massively simplify the economy.
That would be nice.
And then we wouldn't have a situation like I have, where I'm holding 8 pounds worth of credits, which is not enough credits to actually buy anything with.
This economy definitely needs to be digital.
It's because Star Wars doesn't have multiple coins like fantasy does. But what it does have is a banking system, so that we can have, like, debit cards and the credit chit denomination system and everything. Mm-hmm. So what I was suggesting is that he have credit chits, and, like, say if you had, like, 400 credits, you can be like, okay, I want 4 100 credit chits. And each credit chit weighs, like, the same as what a regular credit weighs. So you'd be massively reducing your weight while having the same amount of money. And it'd actually be easier to make change and stuff like that on there because you don't have the multiple different coins like you do in fantasy. You'd just be a simple subtraction type of thing. But as long as all the credit chits that we customize are divisible by 10, it'll be fine.
He's making the mosque now. He's a piece of shit.
You could just copy like American denominations too. You know, have like 1, 5, 10, 20, 100. Then you probably want 1,000 as well.
You could do that, especially with the large amount of money you may be working with.
I was suggesting that you treat them like trade resources, which is, trade resources have absolute values. So you treat them like trade resources with absolute values, and you make it to where their weight's the same as their credit. Because, especially if you use the Star Wars character sheets, like the ones that they provide, they have different, they have a place where you can put like credit chits and stuff like that, and like where you can put valuables, so you can count how many credits you have individually in chits without having to, have a complicated thing. They have a part on their page where they can have how many credits do you have total, and what does that equal? Like, what values do you have? So that's where you can put all your individual chits and everything.
We need to think of a name for our starship that references both a bird and time.
We will get that when it crosses to there, because we need a ship that's at least medium size. And medium sized ships, we're looking for like the bare basic. If we want it to have guns and a shield, then we're looking at like 100,000 credits.
Does it fly? We'll take it.
I don't even know you people yet.
It's like maybe
we're like,
maybe
we'll move into this apartment and we'll have this in the room. It's like, who are you?
Maybe we can all have a starship, like a starfighter, and we fly in formation.
Well, that's what me and Jordan have right now. We can just throw you in the cargo hold for one of those.
Are you people could start with a starship?
As a Jedi. Well, as Jedi, yeah.
Yeah, we have them for our Jedi duties.
Yeah.
Well, I'm stuck on the land.
We'll just throw you in the trunk. Be like, fold you up and just put you in there.
Just
I weigh
around him and pull him behind.
I weigh 300 pounds. So if you have 300 pounds worth of cargo space, I could actually do that.
Go on, hop on in, HK.
It's good. It's gonna be real fucked up because, like I said at the very beginning, my piloting skills gonna be better than the pilot. And so it's like, even though my piloting skills are better, get in the back of the bus.
Or like, I wish I could fit you into the droid slot. Be like, okay, can you get into the little cubby?
I'm an expert computer slicer, so I might be able to hack into your fucking ship from the trunk.
This is very possible.
It's like the fucking lights start flickering, and then I start talking through the comm system. It's
HK,
like,
quit it!
It's like, I'm assuming direct control over the ship.
Don't
quit
you
it,
have
HK.
history?
My railroad isn't showing.
I don't mind being the pilot, but I mean, if you just want to be the pilot, that's fine too, Alex.
No, the reason I was saying that is because I was looking at everyone's stats, and I saw that the only intelligence-based thing you had was pilot.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm actually going to be putting significant number of points into intelligence because I need it for my tech skills, and I also later on will be adding my intelligent modifier to my attack rolls and stuff like that, which will be useful whenever I'm trying to pick off targets from over 1,000 feet away, which is not exaggeration. I will be doing that later, where I'm literally 1,000 feet away and able to shoot targets. But I have a perk I started with called Specialist, and one of the things it allowed me to do was I can choose a toolkit of my choice to get proficiency in, and I chose Slicer's Kit, which I already had proficiency in, and that gave me expertise. Since vehicles are considered tools, I could just shift that over to piloting, and if I did that, my piloting skill would already be twice as high as what you is why. And
any of those tools were doing, so I totally just chose one at random.
Oh, what'd you choose?
I don't remember.
Oh, that's actually really important.
I have the Explorer's pack, I know that.
But piloting is actually really important when it comes to like the physical skill. You don't need a proficiency in it to pilot the ships. It's just nice to have. Because the AC we have in a ship is actually determined directly not only by the armor but by the pilot skill. So like if you had like a medium class ship, which is about the size of like the Millennium Falcon, for example, I think the base AC is 8. So it'd be 8 plus your piloting skill.
Which I believe mine's like, what, 4?
Yours is 2. So for you, the AC of like a Millennium Falcon-like ship would be 10, whereas if I was doing it with the proficiencies, it'd be 12.
Just don't get shot.
Well, I got piloting. I didn't expect us to be like, having pitch space battles all that often. So I wanted to have piloting so I could be a decent pilot for our ship. I wanted to just be a decent pilot for our ship.
Of all of the stats I've seen, of all the things I've seen, the Starship ones is the most complicated, so I've been reading into it just so that I can make sure that William is on the correct path when that time comes, because it is
a lot.
There's no equivalent to it.
I mean, obviously, if we're just flying around individual starships, it's not going to really matter, but if we get a nice, like, medium-sized starship, we could always just have it to where I just do the standard flying, and then if battle happens, it's just like, HK, take the wheel.
It's there's like a whole thing to where each person has a role in a ship, and like you level it up almost like its own class, kind of.
Oh. Well.
And so, because there's like pilot, operators, gunners, mechanics, and stuff like that. It's a full thing. Like I said, it's complicated.
But you'd be better as a gunner or as a gunner anyway. If you
I would be. I can.
Feet away.
My wonderful HK superiority. I would be fantastic in any of the classes, in any of the operations of the ship.
Well, I don't mind.
I would be a great pilot, operator, mechanic, or gunner. So I can be in any position, and I will work above average.
Well, I don't mind being the pilot, especially if just being the pilot for the ship is gonna upgrade it anyway. I don't mind just staying the pilot, and you can work into other things.
Yeah, and there's another perk you can get called Ace Pilot. And that seems like it probably will be the type of thing to where I'm sure William will give it to you if you end up doing a lot of elite cool tricks. If next time, if you're going to be the pilot, I do suggest you read some of the Starship section.
Yeah.
If you, on the Starships like book, if you look at deployments, that's their fancy word for Starship class type things, so like positions. You can look at pilot and you can see the stuff you'll unlock. It's like 5 levels.
He did get a lot of gold.
I did. I have quite a few credits. Quite a good amount. I have I have like 3,000 something, a little over that.
You do not have 3,000.
Why would you have 3,000? That's crazy talk.
Have you checked your inventory?
You do not have 3,000. There's no way you have 3,000.
That 150. So
that die you rolled at the beginning, those dies you were rolling at the beginning for starting wealth was an alternate rule if he was having you buy your inventory. The only amount of credits you should have gotten is if your class gave you credits and if your background gave you credits, and those wouldn't have been rolls; those would have been flat numbers.
Silence.
Oh, no, I was looking
for... I'm not rich.
I mean, because to put that in perspective, if one of us played as a hut, one of the abilities they got is wealthy, and they start off with an extra 2,000 credits, and what the number you just said was higher. So I think you rolled the die for the variant rule, which would be you'd have to buy your own shit.
No, 230. Never mind.
That sounds more like it. I think I have 450. I have a bunch of credits because I am a murderer.
That is a thing that you have done.
I would like to point out my background is hired killer. I am an HK unit. That is kind of connected because HK means hunter killer. So
it's fine.
Cody and his encroaching corruption is gonna see your pocket and be like, "Oh, that whole murdering thing seems to be working really well."
I'm immediately gonna buy more power cells and stuff like that. Well, the wonderful thing is that in that equipment I started with, there was a lot of like bedrolls, like throw that away. It's like rations, throw that away.
Yeah, you don't really need all that.
Very true.
My human belly quite needs it.
Even with the repair stuff, I likely won't ever need repairs unless things are going really bad. Because as a bonus action in combat, I can start repairing myself.
What race are you, Jordan? I don't think I ever asked.
Human.
Oh.
I don't know the others. I don't want to. I'm scared.
You know,
I'm
Jordan,
positive it's a human.
if you wanted to not be a human, there is a perfect race for you, for what you're doing. The Miraluka. The Miraluka is a race of they're humans. They look like humans. But they're force sensitive, the whole race is, and they're all blind, and they see through the force itself.
They do not have eyes. They are completely blind. Actually,
they're
multiple
called the
members.
Miraluka, and the reason you haven't heard about them is because during the events of Star Wars: The Knights of the Republic 2, they were genocided away by Darth Nautilus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the pale lady's race, the one I.
Yeah.
But up until that point,
that's a Miraluka.
there are currently multiple members of that same race on the Jedi High Council. So.
Or as Kreia liked to put it, I caressed her scarred alabaster skin.
Yeah. So you can be a blind seer. Just put that out there.
Just all the force.
That is a lot of force.
That is a lot of force connecting with itself.
And you're
a lot
actually
of force
a good
docking
person.
going on.
You're actually a good person, so you could just be like, "Oh, you're looking kind of red over there, Cody. You should calm down."
Like I see an aura of evil, and you need to stop.
Yeah, that's a fun thing. In Knights of the Republic, you can switch between companions. You can directly control them. And if you choose your Miraluka companion, there's like if you click one of the sticks,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
you can turn to first person mode to look at things better.
Hers was like all gray. And
Yeah,
auras.
whenever you use hers when she's blind, everything's like gray and shadowed out, but you can see like the energies that reflect off of people. And if you're being a Sith, you'll see like black and red glowing off of you and stuff like that. But she could see through the Force. It was nice of them to have that little touch.
I remember I made her very powerful as soon as I got her because Alex told me there's gonna come a time where you're gonna have to control people, and she's a good pick, so you should make her powerful.
Yeah, there are some companions in the second game that are real trash and some that are real good.
Remember her? I remember it was a bitch to turn my Han Solo guy into a Jedi because he just refused.
It's easier making him a Sith. It's much easier.
He was just like, I don't know if I want to do this whole Force thing. I was like, shut up and be powerful.
It's like, shut up and accept it.
I don't know if I want to do the Force.
If you just let it in, it won't hurt as much.
Oh yeah, because it did give him like chronic headaches and stuff like that. I forgot about
I
that.
think you are. Why are you here?
It's just
It's
like,
just me. I'm just scouting.
He's just doing a tour with his great white ships.
You see, I have not discovered your land.
He wants to look at it with his hands.
his name's Matthew Perry.
Alright.
I do have to say, Jordan, you've been sitting on your laurels with your military. You don't have the top military slot anymore.
Uh-oh.
Thank you so much.
Uh-oh.
I hate everything you say.
You had it, and then you took the down east, and now you've spent the past, 50 turns just, sitting on the same troops.
Listen, it happens.
You should probably update your military.
I'm making factories everywhere, okay?
But that's not military.
But it helps me make military.
You gotta mass produce the guns.
Got it? Yeah, I don't want some guns. I want all guns.
You can make battleships. You can make battleships.
Make
I
'em
can make
so
battleships.
much. Do all the making of the making battleships.
That will fundamentally change the balance of power of the sea.
Attack, William.
That's an advantage you have for now. Don't squander it.
Attack!
Once I make them, I actually might.
Attack!
Attack!
I think by the time you've made them, I will have converted my ironclads into destroyers. And then I'll have to work on my own battleship designs.
I got the big boats.
Yeah, you have the world's first dreadnoughts. So now it's time for the dreadnought fucking arms race to begin.
We move our troops. Actually, we'll put this one over here, and we'll start moving up the artillery over this way.
I'm gonna have one of those short wars of Venice. Walk in, take the coal, leave.
Home by Christmas, you say?
Home by Christmas. Ready to form an expeditionary force if necessary.
Are you done? Oh.
We're scared. This is the frontier. Give us orders.
Do it. Do a thing, I suppose. There.
I have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. That's a thing I have to do.
Oh no.
Don't be afraid, Venice.
Be very afraid, Venice.
We're here to liberate you.
Liberate.
Well, here now. Don't worry as we get in position.
I wonder if Knights of the Old Republic will actually work on this PC. Because I remember my laptop I used to have, Knights of the Old Republic was too old. And it didn't want to work right.
You could probably tweak around, mess with stuff until it works.
Yeah.
Open it up in full screen mode. Or not full screen mode. Open it up in windowed mode on admin mode, I guess. And try that. That's what worked for me for Battlefront.
Battlefront actually works perfectly fine on this computer.
I'm able to have mine on full screen. It's fine.
Yeah. I think it's just my monitor, just because I have a big monitor. But
it can't understand it.
It does not understand. If I try to open it up in full screen, it's just black. And the music just plays, and it's so loud, and it doesn't go away.
I remember on my old laptop too, Fallout 3 just refused to work. It just said no.
You have to mess. They have a warning on that in the store page for it.
Yeah, Fallout 3 didn't work, but Fallout New Vegas did, which I thought was weird.
It's like Jordan was talking about the fucking
it's a lot.
frame rate for New Vegas.
I really want to.
Fast.
I really want to get New Vegas again. I want to re-download it because I really want the Frontier mod. I want to do that. It looks really cool.
I want for eventually all of us to get Fallout 4 potentially, and then we can try to do that Fallout with friends.
I'd rather do Skyrim with friends, but I'm down.
I would rather not because I'm tired of Skyrim, and that mod is very, very janky. And the Fallout with Friends mod is the one where they have the Patreon support, and they don't support the Skyrim. They don't support the Skyrim one anymore because it's like 10 years old.
What difficulty would we be playing on?
It's usually like $15 or $20.
What difficulty?
I'm sure Fallout 4 would work on this computer. I'm sure it'd be fine.
What difficulty?
It'll work. You need a different graphics card. It's not
You bastards better listen to me. What difficulty would we be playing on?
Normal. We just do normal? Well, that's a good question actually. We'd probably do some modding stuff to mess with it because I don't like the higher difficulty stuff on Fallout. It just makes people bullet sponges.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I did like what they did in survival mode where they made everything more deadly. Like,
that's what I've
been
been
damage,
playing on.
But the enemies deal more damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
I had a mod on my Fallout 4 for a while where it basically did that on steroids. And it was really cool in the beginning. And then I got to, like, the first time I had to go to Boston Commons, it was like you just hear a gunshot off in the distance and you just be dead.
I'd probably mod it a bunch. I have a long list of mods that I'd have on whenever I was doing it that I would consider to be essential, like UCO and USO and scrap that settlement. That mod that's entire purpose is to take a sweep and sweep the settlements.
It gives you a broom.
Yeah.
Broom you can use to sweep up all the nasty.
But yeah, UCO, USO, scrap that settlement, and some other fun ones. There was like a mod that added the special ammos that were like how they were in Fallout New Vegas.
Ooh.
Fallout 4 to just work. I don't want to have to get a new graphics card.
You're gonna need to get a new graphics.
Sorry, the free computer I've given you isn't like a new thing.
That game came out in 2015. I'm gonna tell you now, it's not gonna work unless. I mean, I suppose it could work if you make it look like 3 pixels, maybe. Maybe
okay
3 pixels rubbing against each other, glowing slowly.
I call left pixel. I want to be left pixel.
But even then, it might run at like 20 frames a second. So you're gonna need to get a new graphics card.
Probably
Or
end up
else-
getting that
or else we'll have to leave you behind and do it without you.
How
and you'll
soon
have to
would
be
you want
alone.
to be doing this Fallout 4 stuff?
I don't know. I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait until to let them develop it more. I've heard promising things, but I want to give them more time. I'm probably gonna give it probably another 3 to 4 months, and I'll check back in to see what kind of progress they've made.
Okay, because the thing I'm saving up for now is that tablet, and that's gonna cost me about $300, and I don't want to have to put that on hold to get a graphics card. Because I want my graphic design tablet. I want it bad.
Listen here, Venice. Don't be afraid.
Decisions have been made, Venice.
Decisions have been made about your future.
We recommend you comply.
I forgot that you had the Siri Padre over here, so I want that too. I didn't even consider that when I made this plan.
Download Knights of the Old Republic. Let's install. It's so nice having such powerful internet, because installing almost any game has taken no time at all.
Also, those games are ancient, and so
Well,
it
no.
takes
Even some of the
nanosecond, which is lovely.
even some of the newer ones I do have did not take long. No, obviously I'm even on my laptop that I used to have. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic took like I think 2 minutes. Here it just said, "Oh, it's done."
There's that other island. I'll stretch my neck out for you. I adore you.
All Sith Lords.
Getting down my knees for you.
Oh, the I forgot about her. The Jedi companion lady you could have in KOTOR 2 that
The
always wanted
handmaiden.
to that always wanted to train naked with you for reasons.
She's like, I want to see you naked. Don't worry about it.
What game are you playing?
And that's the Republic.
Okay.
Knights of the Old Republic 2, there was a Jedi handmaiden who could be your companion, and
She's like, we need to see your true form, so strip naked, and then
yeah,
let's
it's like
fight.
we should spar. I'm gonna need you to be naked. And you would be like, no.
Of your true form.
She has a personality where it's definitely clear that she expresses her companionship through like a violent means, and so it has a sexual energy to it. You guys fighting each other, and the more you do it, it starts building relations with her. The characters in KOTOR 2 are very complicated. It was made by Obsidian, and they all have like all of their stuff.
Made it, Galley. It's taken you 1,000 years, but you did.
They're gonna get to the oil derricks and deconstruct themselves.
Once you get past the stupid fucking asteroid, it's a great game.
I could sprint through that part at top speed and get through it in maybe 10 minutes. I know everything that needs to be done.
So annoying though.
I know where all the side stuff is. I also know the quickest route to unlock HK-47 as a companion in that game. It's like, you need to discover all of his parts, and then once they give you freedom, you need to go to Nar Shaddaa and do its stuff first. If you do that, you can play the rest of the game with HK-47 as a companion, because Nar Shaddaa is the only planet that gives 2 of his parts.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So if you go do Nar Shaddaa first, also the Jedi Master on Nar Shaddaa is like one of the easiest ones to beat. Don't ever do Dantooine first.
Yeah,
in Knights of the Republic 2.
that.
Especially if you're doing the Sith one, where you're going to kill off all the Jedi. Because the Jedi Master you have to fight is really tough, and they don't scale him at all. So if you do decide to do Dantooine first, there's a good chance you'll get stuck, where you just can't beat him.
He won't die.
I remember I had a whole playthrough where I was like, well, I'm stuck. Alright, there's nothing I can do. I can't beat this boss fight. I've tried every imaginable, and I can't beat him. He's just too strong. I came to this place too early, I guess. It was offered in the same breath as all the other places, and this was the wrong choice.
I remember every time I came up to the Jedi Masters, they would just want me to do something like, can't I just kill you? And I'm like, no, I'm a good guy.
Dantooine, however, if you go to Dantooine, that's the quickest way to get a lightsaber. So what I would do is I'd go to Dantooine, get my lightsaber, and then go out and do other places.
I remember it took me forever to get a lightsaber in Night
The quickest. So there are two ways to get a lightsaber in Knights of the Republic 2. You can either do the build your own lightsaber quest, which the easiest way to do that is through Dantooine, or you can level up to the point where you can find it and loot. So if you just do Dantooine first, or you know, do the some of the parts of Dantooine first, and then leave quickly.
Where I was grinding for. I remember it took me forever to have robes too, and that really bothered me.
Yeah, a lot of the Jedi robes are randomly dropped, so you can end up getting a master fucking robes easily in that game if you're lucky.
And then I remember we got to some lockers, and you were like, oh, these lockers have a very high chance of spawning robes. You will definitely get robes, and I didn't get robes.
You didn't.
And I got to like this, and I remember I was going to a whole section where he was like, it's windy, and if you have robes, it looks really cool, and I'm just in my mechanic suit. It's sad.
Yeah, because that game had some cloth physics in it. That game from 2004 had like some claw physics in it, and when you wore your Jedi robes, it would get really, the wind would pick up on some planets, and you can see it moving about.
Forget how old those games are.
They're older than Star Wars Battlefront 2.
The original Battlefront come out. It came out like 2003, didn't it?
It was something like that.
Remember the original Battlefront was quite popular. It was quite
I am the first nationally in manufactured goods.
But
Vedria and Uruk are so high up there in production.
I have 3 manufacturing.
It's like Eric's like, no.
How?
He has a bunch of hills. And he has 2 coal mines. Yeah, he has a bunch of hills.
I'm annoyed. I have manufactories.
He has hills though, and with hills with communism, that's 6 production. 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 6.
We summoning no Satan
Dumb.
here.
So that's why.
Rage. I guess I'm gonna have to get communism then.
Oh, you don't have it? That's why. I have it.
I'm actually not sure if I
why
have it.
haven't you been empowering
Everybody
your
that
workers?
anybody is communist.
Why haven't you been empowering your workers, William?
I wonder why.
You should have did that. It gives +2 production, and then it increases your production of all your mines and quarries.
You have
do
to
like
empower
that.
your workers. Get them unions going.
You're saying some scary words.
The names of the social policies mean nothing in this scenario. They don't even have the titles mechanic that's in Civ 5 because they're pointless. They're just nebulous bonuses we're applying to ourselves. I've decided that all buildings are 15% cheaper now.
For me,
I've passed this executive order.
all these buildings are cheaper now for me. Everyone else will pay full market price.
I have enough purple points that I can sign this, and it says that it works.
So saith the market.
Well, if the
Say-
market's decreed it.
So saith capitalism.
They're still just like Eric troops just like wandering about.
That there are. Okay,
Jordan's
these
workers
are linked, so I am just gonna go ahead and buy a harbor here.
Jordan's factory workers just wander into his office like, "Sir, we have established a union and we'd like to negotiate things with you." And then he just
Let me press a button. It's on the bottom.
well, Jordan just
Sharks with
summons-
lasers on their heads.
summons a demon.
Hello. It
to wonder what
seems
happened.
that we are at an impasse.
I have to wonder what happened to people who like went to Reaver and said, "We'd like to form a union."
You probably had them shot or captured and sexed them.
Happens.
Put them in cages with chickens and things like that.
I love Reaver so much.
I do too.
I would never want him to exist, but I do like him a lot.
He's the hero of skill. There's that wonderful scene in the third game where they try to assassinate. Yeah, he's the hero of skill.
I forgot all about that.
He's destined to be better than you. There's that scene in the third game where someone tries to assassinate him and he deflects their bullet with a cane.
What?
And he did that because he's the hero of skill. He's the fastest, like, most skillful person in the world.
I always forget that he's an actual member of the Heroes Guild.
Mm-hmm. That's why he's so good at what he does. And he is immortal through blood rituals.
Yay.
Gotta do those blood rituals.
They're good for your skin.
They are wonderful for your skin. In his diary, he talks about how he would see a wrinkle and he'd have to go take a baby and throw it into the pit so the wrinkles would go away. But with Stephen Fry's voice. Venice, I see that you're unhappy. It's time to resolve this.
Stephen Fry had a really deep enjoyment playing that character.
Oh yeah, he's about as Libby as you can get to, so him being him, I'm sure, was very cathartic. Venice, you should stop resisting.
Yet again, to quote the Graham Norton show, his when he talked about his mother was so wonderful.
Venice is mine. They weren't allowed to fight back.
It was decided.
When his mother would tell him that she was feeling kind of depressed, he told her that he knew a hitman in Westchester who could come and finish her off.
Oh yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Oh no, I have canasta on Tuesday. I can't do that. I have book club. No, not now.
That'd be terrifying for these other city-states, where it's just like, I took Venice in one turn. I said, you're mine, and it's mine now.
How long is a turn, like,
now.
in time frame? Like, what, 2 years, 10 years?
It's a year.
It's a year? Oh, so in less than a year, just a whole nation fell.
Yeah. Because in the regular scenario,
the stream is just now showing your triumphant victory in Venice.
Yeah, you're seeing it. It was very quick.
Lord.
I launched the artillery, started a ground attack, and the
Lord.
ironclads.
Oh my. That was terrifying.
It's like, now Venice, you're mine now. I hope you don't disagree.
Venice didn't have a choice in that whole thing.
And I'll leave that artillery back there to serve as a garrison force because it's a bit far away from home. So if
I am
goes
insulted.
awry.
Twitch, why are you recommending Ninja to me? Get that out of here.
Because he's popular.
I don't want Twitch to recommend anything to me. I just don't want it. I don't want them even to look at me.
I did not know. I didn't know any of these streamers. Like Q.
The world's first great dreadnought has been created.
Ludwig, Captain Puffy. I don't know any of these.
You mean
people.
XQC?
Yeah.
He's a Canadian streamer and he has wrong thoughts.
He is the most popular streamer on the platform.
Yeah, I don't know.
He has wrong thought.
I know who Ninja is, and I'm not happy he's on my recommendations.
He's one of. Annoying. It's like XQC is one of those like 22-year-olds with wrong thought.
I have William and I have AOC.
Nice.
I have like 5 streams. I have Jim Sterling has been streaming some more lately. He's been doing that in secret.
I have a feeling we're gonna have to dig in here.
I see another settler's been produced in Eric as well, so they're gonna start expanding. They have more artillery coming down as well. Is this the trench times?
I have been advertising the stream at work. I've been trying to get people to watch it.
Aww.
No avail, obviously, but I have been trying.
It's like nobody did it. But
you don't know to no avail. You don't know if anyone's watching it right now. You can look over there on the users thing. They might be bots.
There's 50 bots.
Oh God!
I know. I looked them all up. They're all bots.
Oh.
But 50.
I don't know why bots exist. Why? I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't know.
They're bastards.
I don't even see them. Like, if I pull up my stream on my phone or something, I don't see 50 people in there. I see
not 50, but 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's when you go to the users and the.
Where is that? How do I look?
If you look over in the chat, there's a button in the top right of the chat. And you can click that, and it shows current use.
It's whispers, notifications, prime loot.
Oh! How dare!
Oh.
Oh! How dare you! Oh, it's because I took Venice.
Ah.
A bot Costello.
Abbott and Costello.
I wonder what you are.
Fool.
Bing Cortana. Casino thanks.
Infantry, go home.
I thought that said electrical boogaloo. But it does not.
I don't even see all these names. I just see one viewer in there.
Electric Longboard. Exaltidus. Extramore. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Ice Wizards. Joint Effort.
What a blunt name.
Mislenity? Mislenity. Sad _ girl with no eye. Thicker.
Thicker.
I don't know why thicker is so funny to me, but it's just thicker.
Not just thick.
Thicker. With a UR.
Ooh.
2 C's and a UR. Thicker.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, there's me and Jordan. Exaltidus.
Yes. We're the only
206
right now.
Thicker might be a real person. You never know.
No, they're all bots. I looked it up.
Aw.
Yeah, there's a site that tells us that watches the watchers.
Yes. I like to know.
I don't even know if you can do.
Orland's built an industrial. Where do you rank in the League of Empires now?
79.
I think next turn that'll update.
Daily box is posted in the lewd dudes.
I am not
Why is she
surprised.
hanging out with lewd dudes?
It's where
If
she...
you just sweep down there and liberated those workers, you can give them to like the city states and they'll love you for it.
If I just did some small thing.
I
If
like
you just
how,
sent one tiny fraction of your military power down there.
I like all the publicity for the new Resident Evil has gone from it'll be a great horror game to just sex.
I don't know any of it because I don't know video games anymore.
There's
They've gone past me, and I don't want to catch up with them because they're gross.
the icky.
The video game industry is icky enough that I don't keep up with it anymore.
I don't blame you.
I think in the next turn or so, you're going to get another social policy.
Yay.
I have not been denounced.
That's because he wants to declare war on you in secret. Here's the thing. The path to war isn't the same in this scenario. I've never once had the situation where it's like, you have a disagreement, and then they're denounced, and then there's like bickering back and forth, and then you go to war. I've never had that happen in this scenario. It's always like, it's fine, war's happened. They've declared war, troops are over the hill.
Happens.
They're sneaky and aggressive.
Nothing to be done about it.
Is Fanny playing Battlefront with us tomorrow, or
He is confirmed to me in writing in triplicate that he will be.
How did they do that in one turn? How did they get around? I guess they
It has 3 movement.
I don't like it.
It has 3 movement. You guys aren't technically at war.
I was just wondering if I'm gonna have to go after if it's gonna be another slog against Alex, or if we're just going up against Fanny.
Well, we're gonna be using the new updated rules.
That is true.
There's gonna be there's more planets.
Are we doing the same teams?
It depends on who's playing.
I think you guys should probably switch it up just because, but.
Just wondering.
I don't want to deal with Jordan and Yoda. I want to keep Jordan.
Well, I will say the only way to have heroes at all anymore, I got rid of in my rules to having agents on planets to create heroes. Now the only way to have heroes is if you buy the heroic intervention
thing, which is like 800 credits. Which is the same cost that it has in the actual game.
The agents have no effect really on
The battles anymore. They're fully a strategic map thing. You might want to, I have that pinned. It's a Notion thing I have. You might want to read through it. I have it all organized on Notion. But I did change quite a lot. You're being a real dickhead, aren't you?
It's a shame that you don't have any stronger friends.
Oh, my cat's decided it's love time. He jumped up on my table, on my desk, and then he walked up on my lap, and he, like, got underneath my headset cable.
Father, did you realize you're ignoring me? Father.
He was sleeping. He was sleeping, and he woke up and came over here, and he's like, it's time.
Faja!
We have been going for about 4 hours, so we can start wrapping up in the next turn or two.
Okay.
Oh my, it has been 4 hours.
4.5.
4.5.
I'm surprised I haven't developed hemorrhoids on this fucking chair.
Yeah,
Why don't you all have cushions?
What is it with people with hemorrhoids?
I am sitting on a memory foam pillow on a fucking gaming chair, and I still get hemorrhoids because I sit down for so long.
I was just saying that to literally make you mad, Blave.
And I don't get hemorrhoids. What do you?
It's like he works in an office.
Well,
I sit on my ass quite frequently, and I've never developed hemorrhoids.
Well, I'm sorry that my ass is not made for sitting down for 12 hours a day.
Sounds like you need to put some meat on those bones, William.
You know what? You need to shut the fuck up.
It's like you need to get up like every hour and do a sit-up or something. I don't know
Sounds
what's
like
going on
you
over
need
there.
to.
We always go on our turn for some reason.
Sounds like you need to go buy a burger and a shake and get some meat on them bones.
I have plenty of meat on my bones at this point. I need to get meat off my bones.
You are the thinnest of the four of us.
I've lost 30 pounds since the start of the COVID lockdowns. Actually, I've gotten down to about 200.
Since COVID started last February, I have gained maybe 40 pounds.
I've been withering away since COVID started, and I haven't been trying to lose weight. It's just been happening.
I know I'm gaining weight, but I don't know what I weigh currently.
I've lost like 30 pounds. Fully like 30 pounds.
I know for a fact that whenever I first moved here, I was right around 165, 170. And then, like 2 months ago, I weighed myself and I was up to like just over 200. So I know I've gained weight.
The month before lockdown started, I weighed 220, I believe. Mm-hmm. Which I was at my mother's stomach doctor because she was having a surgery, and I was like, "Is that okay?" Just asking. And he told me that it's actually fine. It's a healthy weight as long as I keep it and don't go over that. But anyway, I weighed myself recently, and I was like 200. And that was like a month ago, and I know I've actually lost more weight since then, so I probably lost like 25 pounds or so.
I know I'm close to 300. I'm probably around, if I had to guess, I'm probably about 270 right now.
I don't know why, but during COVID, I've just been withering. Yeah, it's Trump. Trump made me just start shriveling.
I can't eat, I hear things.
I have lost the will to live.
The knowledge feeds me.
The stream has ended.
The stream has ended.
It says thank you for watching.
It is my ending stream, or my ending screen.
Cicero is sleeping.
He's a little sleepy boy.
He's so cute.
He just have a cold clothes.
Totes coot.
He has an older brother that may get integrated at some point. I haven't come up with a name for him yet, but Haley got me.
I gotta fucking fix everyone's Notion page for Fallout.
I haven't done that yet. I need to do that. I need to go through this stream at some point. Not tonight, probably tomorrow. Cram that in tomorrow. Go through this stream.
Well, don't worry, Alex. This is the last session of Fallout.
This is the last. Well, for now, we'll come back to it.
No short campaign.
You get to have a break. You get to have a break.
I think what we'll do is every 3 to 5 sessions, depending on whoever's currently the DM and how they feel, how much time they want.
I have a feeling I know which way each of those will go. I have a feeling.
Well, no, it could be a situation to where if you're in the middle of something, you want to go it longer. But if you have a good stopping point, you'd want to do the shorter one. Is what that is.
I'm just not knowledgeable enough on D&D to be a DM.
It takes a whole bunch of stuff.
I mean, I'm not really yet, but I'm learning.
If you have a question, ask me. I know for certain that I know the answer.
And I mean,
so
I don't know. I just don't know if I'd be able to put.
There's too much for me to actually just straight up tell you. So if you have a question, you just have to ask.
That makes sense. There is quite a lot, and then the fact that it's a whole module that's not even like an official thing. There's a lot.
It's more complicated than random D&D, but it's much better explained than any other mod.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'd be willing to do
alternative
it.
that
I
I've
just got to
seen.
find the right campaign that I'd want to do it.
Make your own world.
I have several built that
I shrivel more. It's so much exponentially more work than you think it is.
I mean, I have several worlds built from my own just stories that I could use.
I'm one of those weirdos who wants to know how the economy of like an ancient society works.
Yeah.
And so I already had that stuff in my world. And even with that, there were many times where you'll get questions that come up that you have not thought about that you must make happen, or else something won't make sense. It's like,
I think I jokingly started asking you, I was like, well, what about the arbitrage? How does this work? Is the coin backed up by real money?
and then I explained how it works and how the coins, where they're from and how they go, and yeah. Because I actually had that planned out.
Oh my. It's quite a lot of effort.
Oh no,
I have that in the fantasy world. I know how the economy works because it's important. If you don't know how that works, then it creates structural problems with the world building.
That is true. If you don't have the structural details that most people don't even really think about in order, then you will come across things that just won't make sense because it's not grounded.
I generally know where the coins come from, the coinage system, the decimal system that they have of every, hundreds and tens and stuff like that. It comes from the Savantines and stuff like that. I had that all planned out already.
And it is easier if you're just writing a story because you can just kind of fiddle around those details.
You can choose what people don't hear.
Exactly.
But whenever you have people touching things
if it's D&D,
in the world,
everything has to be ready.
You don't know what they're going to touch and what they're going to ask about, and you got to be ready with the answers. So making your own world is far harder.
Oh yeah, I have a world that I could probably convert to a D&D campaign, but I'm afraid of what Jordan will
If you're going to DM, you need to have a world that's already well established, which is why Star Wars is a very good place to start for William, because everything's already out there. You won't really have to come up with anything on your own. You can find how the banking system works, and that mod has rules for pretty much everything. They don't leave anything out for guesswork.
Why did I get called out?
You and Alex, but I feel like you would be the first to be like, "Hey, how does this work?" And I'd be like, "Oh shit!" And then you tell Alex that I don't know, and he'd yell at me.
I ain't no snitch. Snitches get stitches.
Truth.
But yeah, there are some little things you need to iron out when it comes to the DMing. Like, you need to find out how you're going to do crits. It's like, because there's the D&D way of doing crits that I hated, and then there was the alternate version of crits that I've done for like the past 4 campaigns.
Where you get crits on a 20.
No, it's in regular D&D when you get crits, all you do is roll double die. You roll double the number of die, and I hate that because it's actually really easy to do equal or less than the amount of damage to what you probably do on a normal attack on a crit, and I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I always did is that whenever you rolled a crit, you would do max damage. So you would act as if you rolled the highest number on all the damage die you have, plus 1 die.
And if you have, because a lot of times as well in D&D, when you have something that increases the damage of a crit, it just says add an additional damage die.
Mm-hmm.
And so it worked well with that. It did more damage, but not so much so that it would be crazy. It guaranteed it would do extra damage. More like how crits work in every other game. And it also made a fun situation where you can have a weapon that, say, does 2d4 damage, which, by how math works, it will do more consistent damage. Whereas if you had a weapon that does 1d12 damage, the amount of damage you'll do per attack is more varied, but its crits would be higher. And the weapons that tend to have the higher damage die are weapons that tend to be larger and more powerful. Battle axes, sniper rifles, things like that. And so I felt that those having higher crits made sense, and so that's how I tend to do mine.
Yeah.
The negative of mine is that if you have certain attacks that have additional damage added to them and you crit, it ends up making really, really high numbers. But the benefit of mine is that you'll never have a crit that's fucking shit. Where, like, you have a weapon that does 1d6 damage.
Or you get real excited. It's like, oh, I did it. Oh.
Yeah, you crit and roll double ones, and that crit attack did literally 3 damage.
Yay!
Nice. Whereas if it was my system, that critical attack would at minimum do 7 damage, but it could potentially do like 12. So that's the regular D&D.
Homebrew rules.
Yeah, I hated it and got rid of it. As soon as I figured out how the things worked, I started making my own rules. And I actually have quite a few of them, and I had to think which ones were real rules and which ones were ones I made up. But
yo, what up?
Do a DM via the DM, but it'll be a while. I need knowledge.
I would suggest that you choose. So there was a really good Elder
What's
Scrolls,
good?
Mod. That was actually the first campaign I messed with. I
can't even hear it. Hold on.
Looking back on it, loads of stuff was wrong. I would do it totally different now.
Thanks. It's a lot of bad things that they wishing and wishing and wishing and wishing. They wishing on me.
But like there's a good Elder Scrolls modification. Standard.
She say, "Do you love me?" I tell her only partly. I only love my bed and my mom. I'm sorry. 50 dub. I even got it tatted on me. 81. Love you too, buddy, man.
A lot of the Star Wars and Fallout.
I know that one.
A lot of the Star Wars and Fallout ones are based off of. There's a version of D&D called D&D Modern, where they tried making it to where if you tried doing D&D in a modern day setting, and that's where a lot of the rules for guns and reloading and how clips work and all that stuff comes in. And so they take those things and extrapolate on them. The Star Wars one adds a bunch of new rules. There's a section on the page called Variant Rules, and a lot of them, they're really interesting, and some of them I wouldn't do. But
they cover a wide range of things.
They have on there, I definitely would go ahead and do.
They cover a very wide range of things.
Yeah. William was talking about how we're not really going to be doing experience in this one.
This is true.
He's going to level us up when he feels like it.
Yes.
Oh.
Things will happen when I have decreed they will happen.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that.
It's called the milestone leveling system, where he'll level up.
Thing you can do.
Yeah, where he feels that we deserve.
Oh, so there's just gonna be set sections in the tail where you're leveled up now.
When you've done something.
When I feel you have deserved a level up, you will get a level up.
No, you need to explain it better, William. Because when you say it like that, it sounds like "fuck you."
Yeah.
You don't get to be good.
Fuck you. Everyone in the party gets to level up, but not you. But. It can be useful because he can push us through those scary early levels where nothing's much happening and the whole party could die from stupid shit.
It's true.
And then make it so that if right after a big battle, it can also make it easier administratively because he can level us up during a cooldown period.
Doing the Star Wars D&D, who's all in? Is it just the three of us, or is
it's
Fanny
the three of us? Tyler has expressed interest but has not stated clearly.
I think he needs to say real clearly.
I confronted him directly upon it, and he wouldn't give me a definitive answer.
If he's not going to commit to being there, then I'm not going to commit to having him be there. So.
Yeah, William and I were talking about is that if he doesn't give a clear answer by the end of this Fallout session, then we should just assume he's not going to be a thing.
Is Haley going to be a part of it or no?
She will not.
No, she's going to be going away in June.
Oh, is she going on deployment?
She's got workups.
So I'm squeezing her into Fallout as much as I can. And then she'll be able to go into, after we do the next little bit, she'll be able to do a little bit more Fallout before she goes away.
Is she going West Pack or East Pack?
I don't know about those acronyms.
Probably what...
I don't know what language you speak in, boy.
Probably what I'll do is I'll turn Cosmo into an NPC, so hopefully by then I'll have a better idea of how she would want Cosmo to do things. And then I'll set up like algorithms, basically. It's like, if this happens, how to do this, that kind of thing.
Well, she's Navy, so she'd obviously be going Westpac because she's gonna go out of her harbor. She's not gonna they're not gonna fly her across the country to go out of a fucking East Coast fleet.
Makes sense.
And she's going to Southeast Asia, right?
From what I've heard, she's supposed to be going to the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, she's gonna fight Iran.
No, that's Southeast Asia. So she'll leave from San Diego. She'll probably stop in either Oki or Thailand.
Okie smoky.
So she'll either stop in Oki or Oki, Thailand, or both. From Thailand, she'll go to probably Dubai, and then from Dubai, she'll do her actual float into the Persian Gulf. All this is military information. I probably shouldn't say online. But
I know this because politics. Actually, I know all the things. I know all the bases you just said, and I know all the relationships, and I can tell you what President Duterte of the Philippines thinks about it, and I can tell you what the president of Malaysia that has been.
Yeah, she might do the Philippines instead of Thailand. I didn't even think about that. I totally forgot about the Philippines.
I just heard the sign. Like, I know.
It's like, Rodrigo, I know what Duterte thinks about things.
But
that's not a good thing, though.
So yeah, she'll go from Oki to Southeast Asia, then to Dubai, and
where she can go to the Strait of Hormuz.
And then once she leaves Dubai, she'll do her actual float in the Persian Gulf.